Hello, and welcome to everyone joining us today. We are thrilled to have you with us for the Illuminate Hypersomnia Externally Led, Patient-Focused Drug Development Meeting for Idiopathic Hypersomnia, or IH for short. I am pleased to be broadcasting today from the Washington, D.C. area, along with our meeting moderator, Kim McCleary, and other team members, including my dear friend and colleague, and Sleep Consortium's co-founder, Claire Wilds-Wright. Claire will be taking calls from patients and caregivers during the discussion segments of today's meeting. The sleep community is near and dear to my heart. A decade ago, my then 4-year-old son Noah was diagnosed with narcolepsy with cataplexy. Over the years, I've seen firsthand the considerable obstacles and emotional toll faced by those within the sleep community. I've observed people with idiopathic hypersomnia battle to get a diagnosis and to access specialized care. In fact, this is why Sleep Consortium was founded. It was created to really sit at the nexus of the patient communities, researchers, clinicians, and the biopharmaceutical industry to advance the research agenda and to foster improved outcomes for all patients. This collaborative effort is crucial for paving the way towards groundbreaking discoveries and enhancing the quality of life for those living with idiopathic hypersomnia, as well as other sleep disorders. So there are 3 parts of the Illuminate initiative. First, there's a patient and care partner survey that was launched on February 6th. This survey will remain open until May 11th. You'll hear a bit about what we've already learned from the survey responses later today. Second is today's meeting, which is a unique opportunity to bring the global IH community together before the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, life science companies, researchers, clinicians, and other advocates. And finally, there will be a Voice of the Patient report that will bring all of our learning and all of our discussions together when it is published this coming fall. Now, it is my honor to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Tiffany Farchione of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. She is joining us live to provide opening remarks from the agency about how EL-PFDD meetings inform regulatory decisions about therapies in development. You can read her bio on page 6 of the meeting program. Dr. Farchione, over to you.
Great, thank you. As Lindsay said, my name is Tiffany Farchione, and I'm the director of the Division of Psychiatry in the Office of Neuroscience, which is part of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. First, I want to say that I'm happy that we have this opportunity to gather so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. I want to thank you all for being part of this meeting and for sharing your experiences with us. I also want to thank the Sleep Consortium and all of the staff that were involved in planning this meeting. I'm looking forward to learning a lot from today's discussions. So I know we also have representation from industry, academia, other medical product development stakeholders participating online today as well, which is important because, FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, but we're just one part of that process. So it's good to know that there's a high level of interest from others who play important roles as well. We have colleagues from various offices and centers from the FDA attending as well. We all share a patient community's commitment to facilitate development of safe and effective medical products for the treatment of idiopathic hypersomnia. I want folks to know that when we say medical product development, we mean that in the broadest sense. So identifying, developing, evaluating potential therapies that can help patients manage their condition. My expertise obviously is in evaluating drugs, but the invitation for this meeting was shared with our colleagues in the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health as well. We're all here to learn from you and from your experiences. So just by way of background, FDA started its patient-focused drug development program about a decade ago. And as part of this program, we began having these patient-focused drug development meetings, or PFDD for short. And the meetings brought together patients, caregivers, various members of the FDA community, brought everyone together to listen and learn about patients' experiences with their disease or their disorder. And since the program began, we've held about roughly 30 PFDD meetings. And what we've learned from these meetings is that patients are the experts in the lived experience of their disease or disorder. Patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies and to provide an understanding of the burden of disease and current available treatments. Another outcome from the PFDD meetings that we held was the growth of these externally led PFDD meetings like the one that we're at today. After each PFDD meeting, a Voice of the Patient report is compiled, which you heard mentioned earlier. That's a document that we can reference for information when providing future advice in a specific medical product development program. And as I said earlier, that's why we're here today, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of idiopathic hypersomnia. So FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating safety, effectiveness, quality of new products. But we don't develop the medical products or conduct the clinical trials. It is, though, our responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweigh its risks. So having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and to understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for idiopathic hypersomnia. We learned so much from these meetings, and we look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies for idiopathic hypersomnia. So with that, I want to personally thank everyone here for your participation. We're grateful to each of you for being here and for sharing your personal stories and experiences and perspectives. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farchione. Now, I'd like to welcome Dr. Lynn Marie Trotti of Emory University. Dr. Trotti will provide a brief IH overview, as well as cover the treatment approaches that she and other specialists use to better manage IH. Her bio also appears on page 6 of the meeting program. Dr. Trotti, take it away.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I am honored to be here today to give an introduction to idiopathic hypersomnia. So what is idiopathic hypersomnia? It is a disorder of pathologic excessive daytime sleepiness. The only mandatory symptom of idiopathic hypersomnia is that excessive daytime sleepiness. Sleepiness can manifest in different diseases in lots of different ways. In people with idiopathic hypersomnia, it tends to be a persistent, all day, every day, no matter what sleepiness. The sleepiness has to occur in the setting of sleep at night that is either a normal amount or a long amount. It can't happen because of short sleep durations at night. This is a problem of too much sleepiness despite what should be good enough sleep at night. But there's lots that defines idiopathic hypersomnia other than excessive sleepiness and adds to the burden of disease. There are two classic features that aren't required for the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia, but are very common in people who have idiopathic hypersomnia. The first is what's called severe or prolonged sleep inertia. Sleep inertia is a normal physiologic state between being asleep and being awake. We all briefly go through a period of waking up and wanting to go back to sleep. But in people with idiopathic hypersomnia, that transition between being asleep and being awake is broken. It can be very, very difficult to make that transition. It can take people sometimes hours to feel like they reach their baseline level of wakefulness because of this prolonged severe sleep inertia. Relatedly, it is very common for people with idiopathic hypersomnia to take naps that are very, very long, 2, 3, 4 hours in duration, and wake up feeling worse than when they went to sleep in the first place. And then in addition to those features that are pretty classic for idiopathic hypersomnia, people with idiopathic hypersomnia also often have other symptoms that are seen in lots of other disorders. So they're non-specific, but again, they contribute to the burden of disease. And these are things like fatigue, dysfunction of the autonomic nervous system, manifesting with things like changes in blood pressure or heart rate with standing or with sitting up that can lead to lightheadedness. And then cognitive dysfunction is common. The best studied area of cognition that is impaired in people with idiopathic hypersomnia is attention. How do we make the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia? It is a combination of symptoms reported by the patient and an objective testing to confirm the diagnosis. So the self-reported symptom is that daily excessive sleepiness. It is sleepiness for at least 3 months, and the sleepiness is defined as either just an irrepressible need to sleep or daytime lapses into drowsiness or sleep. Sleepiness by itself is the self-reported symptom, and then we have one of 3 options to show objectively that there is sleepiness or an excessive sleep duration. Any one of these 3 in the right clinical setting will make the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia combined with these other features. So the way that we measure sleepiness in the sleep lab is the combination of an overnight sleep study, polysomnography, and then a daytime nap test called the multiple sleep latency test, during which people take a series of naps and we see how quickly they fall asleep. And people who fall asleep in less than or equal to 8 minutes show pathologic sleepiness on that test. The ways that we measure long sleep durations to make the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia is one of 2. One is to keep people in the sleep lab instead of just doing a nighttime sleep study, to monitor for up to 24 hours in a row and see at least 11 hours of measured sleep time in the sleep lab in a 24-hour period. That is often not available to labs in the US, but is used in lots of other parts of the world to make the IH diagnosis. What is done a little bit more commonly in the US, although still sometimes is not always available, is to monitor with actigraphy, a wrist device that looks at activity levels to see if the estimated sleep duration is at least 11 hours in a 24-hour period over at least a week. And so either we see that in the sleep lab they're sleepy based on the multiple sleep latency test, or either in the sleep lab or at home we see at least 11 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period. So the combination of sleepiness and those objective tests get you on the right track for a diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia, but it's also really important to rule out other things that can cause sleepiness. And so in particular, someone who is sleep deprived can have all of those things that I just described, and they wouldn't have idiopathic hypersomnia. So we need to rule out sleep deprivation or insufficient sleep. We make a distinction between narcolepsy and idiopathic hypersomnia. And so both in terms of the symptoms and the testing, these can look different. So people with idiopathic hypersomnia should not have cataplexy, a sudden loss of muscle tone induced by strong positive emotion. That is reserved to people who have narcolepsy type 1. And the sleep testing, particularly that multiple sleep latency test, looks different in narcolepsy than idiopathic hypersomnia with respect to REM sleep during those daytime naps. And then there is a broad statement in the diagnostic criteria of idiopathic hypersomnia that the patient shouldn't have anything else that better explains the symptoms that they're having. So those are useful criteria, and they help us narrow in on the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia. It is easier to distinguish idiopathic hypersomnia from some causes of sleepiness than others. And so on the left side of the screen, it's some of the things in our differential for idiopathic hypersomnia that are relatively straightforward. So people who have narcolepsy type 1 tend to fall asleep much more suddenly than people with idiopathic hypersomnia. They both have pathologic sleepiness, but it manifests differently over the course of the day. People with narcolepsy type 1 have cataplexy, which people with idiopathic hypersomnia don't have. And people with narcolepsy type 1 are very unlikely to sleep the 11, 12, 13 hours a day that sometimes people with idiopathic hypersomnia can sleep. Naps tend to be pretty short and pretty refreshing for people who have narcolepsy type 1, and the opposite is true for people who have idiopathic hypersomnia. Similarly, idiopathic hypersomnia and insufficient sleep syndrome or sleep deprivation is relatively easy to make that distinction based on how much someone is habitually sleeping. And many of the other sleep disorders that can cause sleepiness, like obstructive sleep apnea or shift work, we can make the distinction from IH with the right diagnostic testing. There are a number of medical disorders that can cause sleepiness, but generally then we know the medical disorder is there and it explains the sleepiness. Where we really struggle in the diagnosis of idiopathic hypersomnia is differentiating it from narcolepsy type 2, narcolepsy without cataplexy, and differentiating it from hypersomnia comorbid to a mood disorder like depression. In both of those cases, the symptoms can look just the same as idiopathic hypersomnia. And while there may be some differences on the objective testing, there can be overlap as well in those results. And so sometimes it is difficult to be sure that we've put somebody in the right bucket of, is this idiopathic hypersomnia, is this narcolepsy type 2, or is this hypersomnia comorbid to a mood disorder? In terms of the treatment landscape for idiopathic hypersomnia from a FDA standpoint, there is one FDA-approved medication for the treatment of idiopathic hypersomnia. It is calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium oxybate. This is only approved for adults, but not children with idiopathic hypersomnia. Like all medications, it requires a careful weighing of the potential benefits against the potential harms and side effects of the medication, which means it is the right medicine for lots of people with idiopathic hypersomnia, but not the right medication for others. Clearly, a single drug is not enough in our treatment toolbox. In 2021, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine released a clinical practice guideline making recommendations for the treatment of adults with idiopathic hypersomnia. And they made a combination of strong recommendations and conditional recommendations, with strong recommendations being those that should be offered to nearly all patients, and conditional recommendations being those where the balance of risks and harms meant that many patients would still choose these options, but with somewhat less certainty. And so the only strong recommendation was for modafinil, which has been shown in several randomized controlled trials to be effective for idiopathic hypersomnia. The conditional recommendations were for clarithromycin, methylphenidate, pitolisant, and sodium oxybate. A couple of really important notes about this practice guideline. It was based on the available evidence at the time of the recommendation. It was not based on expert consensus. It was based on what was published in the medical literature. And so that has a few implications. First, it was before the publications of the calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium oxybate study in idiopathic hypersomnia, so that is not mentioned in the guideline. There have been, since this guideline came out, some data on pitolisant for idiopathic hypersomnia that were not included in this decision. And equally importantly, medications that we use very commonly for idiopathic hypersomnia didn't appear in this guideline if there was not a publication in the literature that would support that indication. So really what we do in clinical practice is this, which is the broadest landscape. We take medications that are FDA approved for narcolepsy and we use them for people who have idiopathic hypersomnia. It is reasonable to believe that a medication that works for narcolepsy type 2 is likely to work for idiopathic hypersomnia. The sleepiness is very similar in those disorders. And so we do a lot of off-label prescribing of this list of medications you see on the left, which is the current FDA-approved landscape of narcolepsy medications. There are some other medications that we use in people who have idiopathic hypersomnia that are not approved for narcolepsy, but are used for other things. Bupropion is an antidepressant that has alerting effects. We sometimes use this during the day, although sometimes we use it at night to try to target the difficulty in waking up the following morning. And then there are several other medications that have been proposed to help in idiopathic hypersomnia, including clarithromycin, flumazenil, and low-dose levothyroxine. And so we will use one, several, sometimes combination therapies of all of these options, really to try to achieve satisfactory symptom control in our patients. I think we would all like it if there were a lifestyle modification that would be helpful for idiopathic hypersomnia. Unfortunately, we don't have great data to answer this question. Naps, unfortunately, are not usually helpful because naps tend to be very long, and people, because of the pronounced sleep inertia, can feel even worse when they wake up from the nap than before they take the nap. And so just taking a nap might help for some causes of sleepiness, but it tends not to help for people who have idiopathic hypersomnia. There are questions about whether there is a type, dose, amount of exercise that might be helpful. There are questions about whether there is any kind of diet that might be helpful. We don't even really know for someone with idiopathic hypersomnia what they should try to do to modulate their sleep duration. Is their sleep duration Is there a particular optimal sleep duration for each individual? We just don't know the answers to these questions yet, and we certainly need them. And then taking a step back about other supports that I think are critically important for people with idiopathic hypersomnia. Accommodations for school or work are often needed with late start times because of the pronounced sleep inertia, days where people will miss school or work unexpectedly because they were too sleepy to safely get there. And then the similar cognitive accommodations that we might see for something like ADHD, like extra time on tests because of the attentional issues that patients with idiopathic hypersomnia often have. There is a lot of interest in whether therapy, particularly cognitive behavioral therapy for hypersomnia, might be a adjunct treatment, not a primary treatment for idiopathic hypersomnia, but through a combination of individualized behavioral strategies and coping strategies for living with a sometimes disabling chronic disease, if cognitive behavioral therapy for hypersomnia may be an added support. And then I am a big believer in patient and family groups. This is a disease that affects patients profoundly, but also their families often very profoundly as well. And I think both patients and their families benefit from talking to and knowing other people who are going through what they are going through. And so that's what I think about in terms of additional supports for idiopathic hypersomnia. Thank you so much for having me. I am looking forward to hearing from patients and their families the rest of the afternoon. And now I'm going to send it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trotti, for that informative presentation, setting the context for today's meeting, and also for your expertise in leading this field of IH. I'm Kim McCleary, and it is a great honor and pleasure to be with you, the IH community, to facilitate this meeting that I'm confident will lead to a better understanding of what it's like to live with idiopathic hypersomnia, or IH. Over the next 3.5 hours, you will hear a range of experiences and expectations of people affected by IH. I've had the opportunity to foster forums like this one to inform the development and regulation of new medical therapies since FDA created the PFDD program in 2012, as Dr. Farchione reviewed with us. I worked with the narcolepsy community to prepare for the first FDA-hosted PFDD meeting focused on a rare disease back in 2014. And I also supported the sleep apnea community's externally led PFDD meeting in 2018. Now, we've been planning this meeting and this day for the past 9 months and have connected with individuals whose lives have been affected by IH from all over the world. And we've already started to see the power of new connections and avenues to share experiences. I hope this meeting will be a catalyst for even greater connection and community building, and that your voices will gain strength through unity. I'm so inspired by the resolve and resiliency with which you lead your lives, and I know how important these qualities are to successful advocacy for change. The meeting program can be found on page 2 of the program booklet that's available at the link below the video player. You will see that there are 2 main sessions for today, each with 2 parts. In the first session, we will focus on the diagnostic odyssey, the symptoms of IH, and all the ways that IH impacts daily life. And we'll take a 15-minute break and then return for the second session, which will focus on the treatment of IH. And this includes medications, lifestyle modifications, the downsides of existing treatment, and importantly, the unmet needs, as well as what hopes and aspirations you might have for new treatments. For each of these sessions, we'll first hear from a series of community members who have pre-recorded brief descriptions of their experiences relevant to the particular session topics. Then we'll have a discussion that focuses on a set of questions you can find on the meeting agenda. And we'll begin each segment of the discussion with a group of community members who will join Lindsay and me live and kick off the conversation with initial comments based on their individual experiences. And throughout each of the facilitated discussions, we invite participants from the IH community, individuals diagnosed with IH, their parents, siblings, spouses, care partners, children, other loved ones, to contribute your perspectives and experiences. We have a few ways for you to do that at the appropriate time. You can call a phone number that we'll share on the screen, And you can send written comments using the form right below the player. As Lindsay mentioned, Claire Wilds-Wright, the co-founder and chief experience officer of Sleep Consortium, is in the studio with us, and she'll be taking your calls, and we'll let Lindsay and me know when we have folks ready to share their comments live on the air. And Lindsay will be monitoring the written comments and bringing in select information from the survey that now has over 575 responses, an amazing response from the community. The written comments and the survey will continue to stay open for another 30 days until May 11th, so you'll have an opportunity to make your voice heard beyond today's program. We know these 4 hours will go by fast, so please know that anyone or anything we don't get to in today's live session will be captured for the written Voice of the Patient report we're going to start developing as soon as the meeting is over. Also, if you need to step away at any time, we know this is a long program for people with IH, it will be available on demand immediately after the meeting ends, and that recording will remain available so you can return to it as often as you like, and please share it with others. So before we move into the first session on living with IH, I'd like to share a few of the learnings on this first slide from the first 446 responses we received to the Illuminate Hypersomnia survey. You can also find some of the survey data beginning on page 7 of the meeting program. The vast majority of survey respondents, as we see here, are adults with IH, and consistent with the current understanding of IH that it affects more women than men, our survey respondents reflect that as well. And we have survey respondents representing individuals from age 16 to age 83 with a median age of 38. Moving on to our second slide, you can see from the data here that we received a truly global response in spite of a primary limitation of the survey being only available in English. And we also had respondents living in all types of communities, urban, suburban, and rural, which can often affect access to care. As you can see in the third slide, we've had responses from people across all regions of the United States as well. Taking a look at the fourth slide, you'll see here that 92% of the respondents have been diagnosed with IH by a healthcare professional. And we know there are many barriers to diagnosis, as we'll hear shortly, especially for this condition whose diagnostic criteria has been revised many times over the past 20 years, and one that often requires referral to sleep specialists, which can be difficult to obtain. So we can see from the responses so far that diagnosis of IH has been steadily growing, with a slight dip in the year 2020, possibly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, when many clinical centers were operating on limited schedules for all but essential services. And then moving on to our fifth slide, while many people report symptoms beginning early in childhood or the teen years, we see an average age of 27 for the age at which symptoms began to substantially interfere with daily life. And as you'll hear shortly, we know the gap between symptom onset and diagnosis can be long, almost lifelong, which is a perfect segue to our first topic. So let's get started with a focus on living with IH and the daily impacts of IH symptoms. In this setting of a PFDD meeting, I really want to echo what Dr. Farchione said so perfectly, that the individuals living with IH and their family members are the experts in the discussions we'll have today. Please hear that and take it to heart as we invite your comments and perspectives after these opening presentations. As we prepare to listen to these statements and then engage with the discussion, I really want to honor and recognize your courage in being asked to recall and relive difficult experiences and memories. Each of the individuals who participate in today's meeting deserve our respect and compassion for all they have lost to IH and the bravery it takes to speak in a public forum like this. We appreciate our speakers inviting us into their homes for these brief glimpses into their lives. First, we'll now hear from Beth Boyce, a pioneering member of the IH community, followed by Michael Sparachi, who's speaking about his wife Deirdre's experience with IH and the ways he supports her as her care partner. Jalissa Suarez will share how IH has affected her life and career aspirations, and Robin Leader will discuss her 17-year-old son Zachary's experience with husband Adam by her side. Between several of these presentations, we'll view short videos provided by Haley Wall, an occupational therapist with IH who uses Instagram and TikTok to spread awareness and helpful tips about living with IH. So without further ado, Beth, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be the first person with IH to share our experiences at this important meeting. My name is Beth Boyce. I'll be 62 this month, and I live in Hood River, Oregon. When I look back on my life to pinpoint when the symptoms of what I now know as idiopathic hypersomnia first started, it would be my tween years, maybe even earlier. My mom and my sister could testify that it always took me a long time to wake up, especially in the morning. Even as a child, I understood the meaning of the word groggy because that's how I felt, and not just when I woke up, because it hung on throughout the day. When we were both still young teenagers, night terrors became a real problem for my older sister, and she was diagnosed with narcolepsy, the kind now called type 2, or narcolepsy without cataplexy. We never made a connection between her sleep-related condition and what was observed in me. My sister's problems occurred when she was asleep or was having trouble staying asleep, so a sleep disorder made sense. But my problems were more connected to establishing wakefulness and breaking the bonds of sleep. This was long before I'd heard terms like sleep inertia, sleep drunkenness, or sleep paralysis to describe what I was experiencing. I also hadn't yet heard of brain fog or cognitive impairment. I did know that I felt perpetually sedated. I had trouble thinking and functioning, even when I was fully awake. At different times in my 20s and 30s, I would tell my doctors about these difficulties. They ran tests and scans and reached many different conclusions about what was not the cause, but never had an explanation for what might be the underlying reason. Along with normal test results and insignificant findings, it may have been my comments that my brain hurts or the problem is in my head and I can feel my brain that earned me various psych evaluations along the way. I suppose I was fortunate they ruled out those brain things too, because I know some people are misdiagnosed for years before receiving a proper diagnosis. By my late 30s, I was so discouraged that I stopped going to doctors. To cope, I used different compensatory strategies, taking jobs with less and less responsibility and accountability that required less of me, consequently, frequently with less and less compensation. All at a time when my same age peers were progressing in their careers, not regressing. My quality of life shrunk too. Most of my feel-better time, as I call it, was used to keep my paying job. So the harshest reality I faced was with my favorite job, parenting, which suffered. Friends, other families, or hobbies got even less of me. I also found doing new things wrung me out because I had to think and concentrate even harder. I sometimes got stuck in a cycle of doing more than usual, then paying for it with 2 or 3 days, sometimes more, of being completely wiped out and trounced by sleep. So joyful sources of social connections, novelty, and normalcy were very limited. My late 40s ushered in worsening symptoms, and I started having trouble driving. I had a good driving record and prided myself on being a safe driver. But one morning, after a good night's sleep, I was sitting at an intersection, waiting for the red light to turn green so I could turn left. Moments later, I woke up in the middle of that intersection with cars coming at me from both directions. Fortunately, no one was hurt. But it was the wake-up call I needed to again try to figure out what was causing my problems. Automatic behavior, micronap, microsleep, or 3 more terms I didn't yet know. The traffic scare led me to a new doctor. In spring of 2010 became the season of my first ever PSG and MSLT, sleep and nap studies. And finally, a diagnosis, hypersomnia. I was referred to an ENT for surgical consultation for airway improvements. The surgery was deemed successful, but to my dismay, hypersomnia symptoms and struggles continued. So fall 2011 brought a third PSG with MSLT. And this time, my hypersomnia diagnosis gained a namemate, idiopathic, officially idiopathic hypersomnia. After 4 decades of struggling with such an elusive set of symptoms, there was tremendous validation in finally getting a diagnosis. even if the name of my neurological condition contained the term idiopathic, a most unfortunate word that highlights the lack of understanding of its underlying cause, and in society's measure, downplays the seriousness of the disease, even among physicians. I'm now 12 years into the after diagnosis portion of my official idiopathic hypersomnia journey, with treatment, life shifts, and beyond. In all my decades combined, I have found there are no more powerful words than these three. I believe you. My hope is that all who hear the experiences of members of the IH community today will believe us. Believe the complex and complicated reality of IH and the unacceptable quality of life, the urgent need for more awareness and understanding, broader access to care and other services, and more and better treatment options. Even if you can't see our invisible disorder, believe us. Thank you for your attention.
I'm Michael Sprace, and my wife and I live in the Atlanta area. My wife is the one with IH, and I'll be speaking with you today about our experiences with its symptoms and their impact on both of our lives. We had only been dating for a few months when I began to notice that she didn't have a ton of energy, and that she tended to have an increased need for sleep. She was fortunate to have been referred to the sleep clinic at Emory University, where her doctor ordered an overnight sleep study, and she was diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia relatively quickly. Finding the right medication has been a more lengthy process. Trying to work full-time, combined with her symptoms and the lack of a particularly effective treatment regimen, really started to take a big toll. She reached a point where she had no quality of life outside meeting the basic responsibilities of her job, which even those were a struggle. This was also at a point where she had several close calls driving to and from work, which was only maybe 10 minutes away. It was a difficult decision, but after she struggled to do even part-time work, with accommodations and with a boss that truly understood her, together we decided that it was time for her to pursue the disability benefits process. The entire process was incredibly difficult, and it's one that we would have never been able to navigate without help. My wife had been a straight A student through high school and undergrad. She was used to having an incredibly rich social life filled with extracurriculars. It was gut-wrenching to see her struggle with and admit that she couldn't even handle some basic household chores, and she was still denied multiple times. The day she was finally awarded benefits was bittersweet. It provided validation of just how hard she'd struggled, but it also meant that even the state recognized the burden that IH created. Today, the IH symptoms that impact her the most are sleep inertia and brain fog, both of which can be exacerbated by stress or emotionally charged issues. These are symptoms that can be hard to quantify, so I thought maybe we could step through what a typical day looks like for us. I'm incredibly lucky to work in IT. Not only does that let me work from home, which makes a huge difference in supporting her needs, but it also provides decent benefits and a salary that can help us access compounded medication that we still pay for out of pocket today because insurance won't cover it. A typical workday for me tends to start around 5 a.m. I'll wake up and try and take care of household chores, maybe do a load of dishes, a round of laundry, take out the trash or the recycling, that kind of thing. And then I'll start work around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. I'll take my first break around 10:30 to help her take her first round of medication to help her start to wake up. Then Another 30 minutes later, around 11 o'clock, I'll take another 5 to 10 minute break and get her coffee, and help her take her second medication and make sure the lights are on, that she's sitting up and doesn't fall back asleep. Despite this help, sleep inertia can make it take another 3 hours for her to be awake enough to get downstairs around, say, 2 p.m. This means that it typically takes 3 to 4 hours before she can start to do much. From there, it takes probably another 1 to 2 hours to be fully awake. This means that I need to handle most coordination of her care. I take care of follow-ups with doctors, medication, insurance, appeals, those kinds of things. I also help her get to and from doctor's appointments and may sometimes follow her back to help her stay awake, since she falls asleep pretty easily without stimulation. She tends to typically be like as fully awake as she can be for a fairly narrow slice of time. Generally, that's around 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then depending on how tired she is, I might help her shower, since again, it's easy for her to fall asleep without kind of continuous stimulation. Generally speaking, anything we want to do involves us trying to shift that window of time to where she most wants to spend it. If we want to do a hike, we might head out while she's still waking up. Unfortunately, even shifting that window has consequences and might mean borrowing energy from future days, so it can take weeks to recover from a normal vacation. This makes it difficult to have normal and even low-key activities with family and friends. If you asked her, she'd want to maximize this window of time when she is fully awake and alert. Thank you for listening to our experience and for this opportunity for the IH community to inform drug development and regulatory decisions. We're hopeful for the future.
And where down we go, 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 go. Oh, where down we go, 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 go. So where down we go.
Greetings. My name is Jalissa Suarez. I live in Charleston, South Carolina, and I am 36 years old. Although I had always been one to sleep 8 to 11 hours a night as a child and a young adult, this sleep pattern didn't affect my day-to-day life. My parents immigrated to the U.S. from Colombia, South America, and they were proud parents the day I graduated from the University of South Carolina with a degree in biology and public health. About 10 years ago, while working full-time in church ministry, I decided to take the initial steps to pursue my dream of going to medical school to become a doctor. One sunny morning, I was sitting near a window in a coffee shop, studying for the medical school entrance exam, when I was abruptly hit by this sudden and overwhelming urge to sleep. I could barely keep my eyes open. I felt my brain shutting down. There was no amount of coffee I could drink, or cold water I could splash on my face to force myself to become more alert. So, I quickly gathered up my books and went to my car to sleep. This began my odyssey as I grew more reliant on daily naps in an attempt to subdue the overwhelming excessive sleepiness that became more problematic for my daily functioning. I was also having trouble getting out of bed in the morning, and it was taking me longer to transition from being asleep to feeling fully awake, sometimes hours. My brain didn't work the way I was used to it functioning, either. I felt foggy and groggy, even when I was fully awake. I didn't realize until after I was diagnosed with IH, following a pair of sleep studies a few years later in 2017, that all these symptoms were part of this condition. Once I had a name for my symptoms, I felt a great sense of relief. Surely, treatment would take care of making these symptoms obsolete. I was wrong. I worked with a healthcare provider that prescribed what was at the time a first-line treatment for IH. Treatment was suboptimal and not as efficacious, but the time had come to resume medical school. I wasn't prepared for how challenging the combination of IH, learning how to manage it, and medical school would prove to be. I was admitted to the Medical University of South Carolina in 2018 and enrolled in classes. The long hours, the compact curriculum, with little respite time, and the continuous cognitive demands were not compatible with IH. Moreover, the effects of IH on my cognition were compounded by the rigor of academia. I found it difficult at times to think critically on the spot and to integrate information in a way that I once was able to do. It was as if my brain was in a nebulous state with scattered knowledge that was inaccessible or difficult to find when I needed it. And when accessed, the executive function of working memory and cognitive flexibility was faulty and lacked cohesion. I was well into my third year. I had just finished my surgery rotation to start yet another difficult one, internal medicine. Early on in my internal medicine rotation, I hit a physical and mental wall that I could not surpass. I had taken time off from school to focus on getting better treatment. I had started taking inoxablate, which helped, but it really took some fine-tuning of that regimen and adding a stimulant to get me back to a better level of functioning. However, even with an improved therapeutic regimen that helped address excessive daytime sleepiness and sleep inertia, I recognized that the physical and especially the continuous mental demands of medical school were not built with someone with my limitations in mind. I also came to accept that, even if I could get through school, life as a practicing physician would not permit a healthy and sustainable work-life balance for me. I left medical school at the end of my third year, a painful loss but a necessary one. I did earn my master's degree in medical science, an achievement I am proud of. I'm very hopeful that there are other paths ahead for me that will enable me to put my talents, skills, and perhaps what I've learned through my experience with IH to help others. Thank you for this opportunity to help you better understand IH and expand treatment options for people living with this condition.
Hi, my name is Robin Lader, and this is my husband Adam. Our 17-year-old son Zachary has idiopathic hypersomnia. We live in Connecticut. Zachary is the oldest of our 3 kids, and he's had a challenging journey with a number of conditions. It's been a multi-year diagnostic journey. For many years, we thought Zach's excessive daytime sleepiness was a symptom of celiac disease. His celiac is severe, and it took us a long time to reduce the damage caused by consuming gluten. We did not have sleep disorders on our radar and thought his symptoms were psychological or due to the celiac disease. At one point, we took Zach to a pulmonologist for what we thought was going to be hypnotic therapy to help him with mentally dealing with a chronic illness. But when we arrived, the doctor wanted a sleep study based on his detailed history. The pulmonologist did the daytime and nighttime test and determined he had severe obstructive sleep apnea and restless leg syndrome. He was later diagnosed with Klein-Levin syndrome, narcolepsy, and idiopathic hypersomnia. We are fortunate to be able to access great healthcare, doctors, and treatments. Eventually, we took him to the Diagnostic and Complex Care Center at Children's Hospital Philadelphia, where they added KLS to his diagnoses. They told us our team of specialist doctors was top rate and said all reasonable diagnostics and tests had been completed to understand his case. KLS adds a layer of complexity to Zach's hypersomnia. KLS is an episodic sleep disorder. That means he'll have weeks where he's a super sleeper, even compared to somebody with IH. He will sleep 22 hours a day and we must wake him to eat. Once he exits that phase, he'll be back to his normal IH. Zach has been using Xywav, a sodium oxybate medicine, since December of 2023, which is helping. Xywav has stopped him from sleeping 20 plus hours a day, but he's still tired all the time. He regularly sleeps about 12 hours a day, and then he'll have about 6 to 8 productive hours. We recently increased his dose and are starting to see his personality again. While it has significantly improved his daily productive time, he still has a significant gap with normal. Xywav can be hard to access, and we just went through our first gap due to a delay in getting his new dose and the patient assistance plan approved. Together, it took over 2 months. This 5-day disruption caused Zach to miss several days of school and sleep significantly longer nightly. Zach is a very self-aware and independent kid. He is a bright, funny, smart, and used to be energetic, but now he struggles with EDS every day. He's enrolled in Fusion Academy, which provides one-to-one direct instruction with a shorter day schedule that doesn't start early in the morning. With that accommodation, he's able to take the full complement of junior year honor classes. It enables him to perform at his academic potential. Before we found this learning environment, he had been missing more school than he was attending and cycling through, falling behind, catching up, working hard, and feeling lousy about it. As we look ahead to college, we recognize Zach can't manage his medical needs independently. We don't know if and when what supports he'll need to live on his own. We have several concerns. For example, he might not be able to wake up in the middle of the night if there's an emergency in his dorm. We're also not sure if there'll be any issues with him accessing his medication on campus, and how will he manage getting all his food, supplies, and classwork if he's too tired to leave his room. We are working with somebody who's an expertise in navigating colleges with disabilities. Even a normal college disabilities office would be challenged by the complexity of Zach's conditions. For other conditions, there's a playbook. For IH, there isn't. IH impacts our whole family. There are 5 of us in the house, and in the past, Zach would wake up in the middle of the night and not exactly sleepwalk, but not be conscious either. Disordered and compulsive eating is a symptom of KLS, and Zach would head to the fridge not knowing what he's doing. I slept on the couch right outside Zach's room to redirect him in the middle of the night when he woke. My daughter, our youngest, started exhibiting signs of anxiety due to her worry over Zach's health. As she was so young, it was hard to explain why Zach wouldn't spend time with her, playing games or going to family events like he used to. When we go on vacation, our daily schedule is planned over what we think Zach can handle, and we make sure Zach has his own space to rest. This can be complicated as our middle child is 15 and he would much prefer to share a room with his brother over his sister. It's hard to leave the house to do things together as a family, and often it's hard to even eat together as a family due to the timing needed for Xywave. This was a treasured family habit before the onset of Zach's disorders. Socially, Zach has a very solitary experience. He doesn't know anyone else dealing with severe hypersomnia. He finds it hard to maintain his relationships with friends and cousins. He doesn't play any team sports or do any group activities currently. He doesn't know what each day will be like for him, so he can't make plans. Sometimes he thinks about going back to his traditional high school, but just the thought of walking down the hall through a sea of other people is too exhausting. Zach has improved his quality of life over the last year thanks to Xywave, Fusion Academy, and the great fortune we have spent in time and dollars to provide everything we can for him. Despite the improvements, there's still a huge gap to get Zach back to feeling great, and Zach can do whatever he wants. We are still searching for every improvement we can find, and we are hopeful medicine and science can provide answers and improvements. Thank you for hearing Zach's story. We appreciate your efforts to better understand hypersomnia.
Thank you so much to all of our IH champions. That was a powerful set of testimonies illustrating a range of experiences from Deirdre's case that Michael shared with her relatively short path to diagnosis, contrasted with the longer journey that Beth described, with its missed opportunities for earlier testing and diagnosis, echoing some of the survey data we shared earlier. Lindsay, I know you can relate to what we've just heard. What are some of your thoughts coming out of that set of testimonies?
Thanks, Kim. Those panel discussions, they really shine a light on the deeply personal and profound impacts of living with IH, not only on the individual, but on the entire family. Each of those stories was uniquely powerful. When Robin and Adam spoke of their son, it really hit home to me as a parent of a child with a hypersomnia when they discussed Zach's struggle and the family's adaptations just so that he can be successful and to support him. It really underscores the widespread impact of idiopathic hypersomnia, not only on the individual, but on their loved ones as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We're getting ready to bring our panel onto the screen with us, and I want to remind other community members, the people living with IH and their family members, you can call with comments by dialing in at 703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 703-844-3231 to share your experience of living with IH. And you can also submit written comments at any time using the form directly below the player on the web page you are on now. We heard from the presentations about a wide variety of symptoms, including the more classic excessive daytime sleepiness and sleep inertia, to cognitive impairment and impaired wakefulness, and that longing for time that one is alert and feeling truly refreshed by sleep. To start our conversation about the most burdensome symptoms of IH, let's meet our first panelist, Samuel Bell, joining us from Chicago. Sam, please start us off by sharing a bit of your experience, particularly the IH symptoms that have the greatest impact on your life.
Hi, thank you for having me. Like you said, I'm Sam from Chicago. I got diagnosed about 3 years ago. I had symptoms in high school. Back then it was a little bit more quirky, and then it got more serious as it went on. Oh, falling asleep, that's kind of funny. But as I got older and started working full time, it became more and more of an issue. Originally, my doctor thought that I might be depressed, and that got ruled out. And then they thought maybe I had narcolepsy. So I did a at-home study. Then I went in, did a night study. Everything came back fine. And then the day after, I did a day nap study, the multiple sleep latency, and fell asleep for every nap in under 6 minutes. And they said, "Oh, that's not good." And I got the diagnosis of IH. At the time, I was working as a caregiver, but as I got older and the symptoms grew worse, I moved on to a night shift because it's a lot less pressure and there's a lot less risk. So I have a much more laid back job, but less fulfilling. It's a rough trade-off. I also started having more problems driving. I used to ride a little moped around, and one day I felt like something was wrong, and I realized I was on the wrong side of the road. I had gotten such bad brain fog that I was just going through the motions, and I realized that, luckily nothing happened, but after that, I really just cut my driving down. Luckily, I am in Chicago, so the train is an option, and a lot of people don't have that option. But for me, the brain fog, the exhaustion, the automatic type behaviors that I'll do, like when I'm starting to get, and I can't predict it, but when I get brain fog, pouring a glass of juice or water, all of a sudden I might miss the glass. And it's just simple little things become a little bit more difficult. I feel like the social relationships I've had, I have a wonderful, wonderful supportive partner, but I know that this can be difficult for her when, she wants to go out and I'm just so exhausted from work and life. That can be really difficult. I've tried multiple medications, but I really did not love stimulants. They were giving me a real bad headache, and I've tried to move on to other medication. I'm still trying to find the right fit.
That seems like a very common theme, and we'll explore that, finding that right fit. Some people are able to do it, and others it's just a kind of ongoing challenge. And as you were speaking about your symptoms, I saw the glimmers of recognition from your fellow panelists and some head nods, like very, very clear that everything you're speaking to is something that they recognize. And that description you gave of trying to just pour a glass of water, wow, that's so visual and so gripping in terms of that simple thing that most people take for granted, not knowing whether it's going to hit the glass or not. Sort of a small act of daily living, but if everything's in question like that, it's really a rough way to live, isn't it, Sam?
It can definitely be difficult, but I'm happy to be here and discussing it.
Well, thank you for being the first of our participants to speak live. We know that's an extra added challenge, especially as you mentioned with the brain fog. So your experience really is echoing what we've heard from survey respondents in terms of impact. In fact, we can see here on this slide that 65% of the respondents to the survey report a high impact of symptoms on daily life, with another 29% reporting moderate impact, totaling 94% of people in that moderate to severe impact. Really incredible. Lindsay, what are we seeing from comments online?
Sure, we have Peyton in Texas, who stated, "My husband and I usually spend weekends together doing things we enjoy. Almost every time we're out enjoying our time together, we have to head home early because my sleepiness starts to take over. I know it's very disappointing to him. He just doesn't say so. I wish I could spend an entire day doing what I love to do, but that just isn't my reality with my IH." And then Jolie in Georgia noted, "I think my worst day are days that I'm confined to the house. I might have the energy to stay awake, but not to cook or get household chores done, or even fully engage in conversation or attentively follow a television show. I call these days my purgatory days."
I can see why. As we look at the next slide from the survey data, slide 7, we see that what we're hearing from survey respondents are the symptoms of highest impact are impaired quality of wakefulness or not feeling refreshed, fatigue, excessive daytime sleepiness, and that's despite adequate hours of sleep, as Dr. Trotty described, brain fog, and problems with focus, attention, and concentration. All of those things affecting at least half of the survey respondents so far. And Lindsay, you might have some comments on this from people writing in.
I do. I have Anne from the United States who says that irreversible cognitive decline is my biggest concern. I spent much of my life being misdiagnosed and frustrated and told I was just depressed. And then I have another comment from someone who would like to remain anonymous, stating that the dizziness and vertigo associated with exercise happens on occasion, as well as headaches and nausea, and that's really associated with not getting that nighttime sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might have Katie calling in from Florida, ready to join us by phone. Katie, are you with us?
Hi, this is Katie.
Hi, Katie. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me. I'd just like to share that as a college student, I'm 21, and I have to make the decision of, like everybody with IH, what comes first. And unfortunately for me, that's in school. My life consists of going to classes and coming back to my room to sleep, because that's all that I can handle. That is all the energy that I have. I have no social life. My quality of life is terrible. And one thing that I'd really would like people to understand, especially providers, that as somebody with IH whose quality of life is so terrible, I'm not sleepy because I'm depressed. I'm depressed because my quality of life is so bad.
Your comment and the way you just phrased that your depression is really reacting to the way your life has been so limited and the very minimal quality of life. I saw Rebecca and Gemma really resonating with that sentiment, and we really thank you, Katie, for bringing that into the conversation. Thanks for joining us today. So as we heard from Jalissa and Michael, the effects of IH are present daily and have longer-term implications for career, for family, and more. Gemma Jones, a UK citizen now living in Denmark, joins us to start a conversation about the ways in which IH affects daily functioning, roles, relationships, and long-range goals and dreams. Welcome, Gemma, all the way from Denmark.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. And I really did resonate with a lot of things that have been said so far. So just as a little bit of background, I was diagnosed in 2017. I started investigations in 2016 because I had a history of photosensitive epilepsy as a child, and it appeared that that might be what was happening again. So that was ruled out, and my neurologist sent me on to a sleep clinic where I had home investigation for sleep apnea, and overnight at the hospital, the MSLT, and then I was diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia, 2017, and I was 36 at the time. It's had a profound impact on kind of all areas of my life. Symptoms wise, I struggle most with waking up, brain fog, automatic behaviors, poor memory, and my cognition has felt like it's been declining for quite some time. It can be evident when I write and things like that, missed words. But a lot of the negative, as well as the impact on people around me. So for relationships, because I can be very moody, particularly when I'm being woken up, and I'm not always aware of what I've said. And thankfully, my husband, we have quite a good sense of humour about it, but I am quite embarrassed by that. And if I stay at anyone's house or anything like that, it just doesn't really happen because of that embarrassment that I feel. Conversations are very hard to keep up with. My coordination is impaired at times as well. Kind of the more sleepy I am, the more uncoordinated I am, so I can be very clumsy. Or as I say, it's kind of like when toddlers are super tired and they kind of wobble a little bit. I can be like that, which again is very embarrassing for me. When I'm trying not to fall asleep, when I must, I can become very talkative. I need to move a lot. I'm very fidgety, and all those things kind of alter people's perception of me, and I'm quite aware of that. And then that kind of has impact on things like finding a job. It's difficult enough to find a job with a disability like idiopathic hypersomnia. So finding a job that can accommodate that. But yeah, the kind of, sorry, I'm kind of a little bit blank. That does impact my confidence, my self-esteem, and my financial stability. I was very independent before, and I'm now quite reliant on other people, particularly for waking up or helping me to keep up with house chores, cleaning, cooking, things like that. Again, my husband is great, and in the past, my adult daughter, she was very helpful, but there are things that I don't want to have people do for me. I feel like a burden often. Yeah, and then kind of socially, I have no real social life at the moment. When I did, in the early days of kind of diagnostics, people would say, "Oh, I'm tired too," and which I could get as much sleep as that. and that it's almost like a perception that I'm lazy, like they're tired and they can manage all these things and I can't. And, so there's quite a lack of knowledge and understanding about what it is. So, yeah, and then moving to Denmark has been quite a difficult experience. There are things like the language barrier, so explaining to new friends and family why I can't do things or why I might not be sunny, awake, and barely anyone has heard of it. I've had times where I've seen doctors that have not heard of it. It was a very long wait to transfer my treatment here. And there are not as many specialists. The treatment plans are different. And recently my medication was changed and my quality of life just plummeted. So, I mean, they're the main things in terms of hope for the future. I try and be optimistic, but sometimes that's a struggle.
I can imagine. And so much of what you've just so bravely shared with us, I could see the emotion rising in you to be so vulnerable. So thank you for, all of you for doing that and being willing to share such personal, as you said, somewhat embarrassing things about the way that this condition plays out in your lives. And I certainly saw, again, the nods of recognition from the fellow members of the panel in things that you stated about the extra burden on top of all the physical things, just the added burden of the stigma, the lack of understanding, people equating, your long hours of sleep with some sort of luxury they don't have, and what could be farther from the truth, actually.
Thank you again.
Lindsay, are you seeing any comments coming in online? I'm sure there's a lot happening to validate what Sam and Gemma and others have shared.
So JC in New York noted that my IH affects all aspects of my life, making it challenging to perform basic daily tasks like cleaning, laundry, and self-care. I rely on delivery for groceries and meals, but there's times when I'm just too fatigued to even be able to wait for those delivery drivers, so I go without. Completing chores like laundry leaves me exhausted for the rest of the day, and I often have to take time off of work if I've done too much on the weekend. This condition has caused me to limit my life and my world to what feels like only a fraction of my true self. And then one other that I'd like to share from Pilar in New York. It's not just the feeling of my brain being broken, it's the feeling that I'm also broken.
We have Kelly from New Jersey, who I believe is ready to join the conversation. Kelly, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello, Kelly.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the program. Yes. Thank you for joining.
Hi.
Hi, I understand that you have some comments you'd like to add, particularly about brain fog, the weight gain you've experienced, and your quality of life sort of before and after treatment.
Yeah, I've had a lifelong journey with this. My first sleep study was in 1995. And at the time, I had a lot of physical symptoms, not just the brain fog. I had a lot of physical symptoms. I was gaining weight, I was tired, I was lethargic, I had stomach issues. And of course, when you're tired and you have to go to work, you do crazy things to stay awake. You drink pots of coffee, and all that created further problems. I was finally diagnosed. I was being treated with medication, and within 2 days of the treatment with the medication, I had a completely different life. My quality of life improved dramatically. I had lost, over the course of 6 months on treatment, I lost 60 pounds. I was able to exercise. I was still tired. I was still tired all the time. I mean, it didn't take away the daytime sleepiness, but what it did do was it alleviated a lot of the physical symptoms that I had, and I was more cognizant. I was more cognizant and able to function. Unfortunately, after a period of time, my insurance no longer covered the medication, and I was no longer able to take that particular medication, and that was the only one that had ever been effective. So I went back to where I was before. Unfortunately, at the time, due to the IH and not being medicated, I ended up forced into retirement, and that's where I am now. I live day to day. I have occasionally good days, but I'd say 5 out of 7 days are not good days, and I just can't express to anybody listening the difference between treatment and not getting treatment. Different things may not work for everybody, but you have to keep trying. And even though they won't, my medication right now isn't covered, I'm still fighting, because I had that glimpse. I had that glimpse of what it was like to be quote unquote normal. And I'm just going to keep going, and you just have to hang in there. You have to hang in there and keep going. And what I can say with all these different IH forums, at its onset, doctors didn't know what idiopathic hypersomnia was. I would say that to them, and they would look at me like I had 3 heads. What I can say is we're blessed now that so many of these forums are in place, and that you are doing so much to help people like us to get this issue out there. And the more that we can get it out there, then hopefully we can get better treatments.
Thank you so much, Kelly. There's a lot that you've just helped us better understand in the comments that you've made. And we're going to come back to some of the themes that you just shared about having that glimpse of treatment and what it can feel like to have almost maybe a normal quality of life, and then to have that ripped away from you. So thanks for getting that sort of line started. And also about the awareness and the understanding by physicians as being a real key to getting good care. I want to see if, Lindsay, there are more written comments maybe that are coming in.
There are. So the first one is that these symptoms impact the type of mother and the type of wife that I am. Another comment that came in is that I'm unable to work in the career field that I went to college for, and I loved, because my symptoms are so unpredictable. I also don't do as much socially. I either have to leave early or I don't even make it out. I've lost a lot of my confidence in myself and in my ability.
So I want to go back to a topic that Gemma raised for us, this experience of, sort of the whole way that you present yourself and people thinking that maybe you're lazy. And that's certainly something we've heard from a lot of the conversations we've had. Yet we can see that any IH is about anything but being lazy. And if we look here at this slide, which presents some of the data from the survey about how many hours a day respondents feel alert and focused, we can see that 58% of people responding to the survey have just 0 to 4 hours a day of feeling alert and focused. And I know, I have a terrible tendency of saying, I wish there were more hours than day and, time to get things done. If I had to compress my life into, as few as 4 hours a day of feeling alert and focused, that is really such an incredible concept for people who otherwise take their vitality for granted. Just wanted to make sure we all had that point of reference as we think about what we're hearing from the presenters, the callers, the commenters. Is there another comment that's come in?
There is. I have Kiki in North Carolina. She says, I live alone and I don't have any family and have lost most friends due to IH. Sleep inertia lasts most of the day. I only have 2 to 4 hours a day where I feel like I can somewhat function. I don't have a social life because I can't make and keep plans. I cannot wake myself up, and I don't have anyone to help wake me up or to even help around the house. I've become so extremely isolated.
It seems to be a real theme as well, that isolation. And I remember our first caller, Katie, saying how she had to prioritize things to get the most out of those few hours when she might feel alert and refreshed. Do any of the panel members want to comment on any of these topics, but particularly this such a limited window. Sam, I saw your hand go up there, please.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to say that it does mean a lot to me, not only having the diagnosis finally, but also just this conversation, just getting some validation, because it can be really difficult not to get in your head a little bit. And it's nice to hear that. I hate that it's happening, but I like to hear that it's not just me. So thank you guys.
Validation is an important antidote to some of what you maybe more regularly experience. So thank you for sharing that with us, Sam. Diana, please.
Yeah, it's hard to hear, person after person talking about lack of self-esteem and embarrassed that, sleep is debilitating your life. And it's a very lonely, life with IH. But like Sam says, it's good to hear. And this is where talking to somebody else with IH and getting support is so important, because it really does affect you, just deep in who you are when you can't do the normal things in a day that, you're expected to do. And it's good to hear, and it's hard to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely understand the good to hear but hard to hear aspect of this. These are all really painful things to talk about and sort of put out there in the public airway, right? What are some of the day-to-day impacts? You all helped us understand the symptoms you experience, the way in which it plays out. Are there any things that you recognize you can't do as fully as you want to? Social life was certainly something that came up, the way you've got to prioritize and use that little bit of energy and alertness that you might have during the day. Anybody want to add any comments to what that day-to-day sort of trade-off is like? Gemma.
One thing I wanted to add is when people want to be spontaneous, so visits or plans to go out, and that's something that I just can't do because I may have things that I have to catch up on in that short window of time where I'm alert. So you lose that spontaneity, but also people stop wanting to kind of be around you. You can't just go off and do something, or if you do, then you've traded it off for something else. To have that, you will lose something, or time, or other tasks that need to be done. So that is something that I find particularly frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine, and wanting so much to do it and just not being able to do it, and knowing if I say no, when are they going to ask again, or when will I be able to say yes? Really profound. And to them, you look pretty healthy, right? They don't really understand what's getting in the way of the relationship.
Because I look fine to people, and when they come, they just think I'm very chatty. That's just me trying to stay awake.
And I know when we were planning this conversation yesterday, this hour block was a long period. Rebecca, you said it's sort of ironic that we have to keep our focus for an hour when that's such a hard thing to do and be online and on Zoom, and that you might have to move around or do some of your compensating type behaviors just to even stay part of this engaged conversation for the time that we have with you today. So thank you all for making that accommodation. That's sort of a day-to-day thing that you live with. Diana, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, it's hard for me to get people to understand that this is a sleep disorder that affects every single thing I do the minute I wake up in the morning. There's nothing that isn't in some way affected by it. It's the speed or ability to, like somebody mentioned, doing laundry. It's, are you going to be able to do the things that you agreed to do that day? Even social events they're anxiety provoking. And And oftentimes you just have to cancel. It's not that I don't want to do things, it's that a lot of times IH has a different plan for me that day. And there's always that trade off. If you do something like this, like what we're doing here today, I can guarantee all of us will crash tomorrow. And that goes for everything in your life. If you do, 2 loads of laundry when you can only handle one, but you had to get it done, that's going to affect everything the next day. It's that big of a snowball effect.
Yeah, it's a totally vicious payback, right, for anything out of a very comfortable, uncomfortable, normal set of activities. I see we have a call from Tamara from Oregon, who's ready to join the conversation. And I think Tamara is picking up on something Gemma brought up about feeling like when she wakes up, she's not at her best emotionally. Tamara, welcome to the program.
Hi there. Yeah, I call it slangry, like people who are hungry and angry say hangry. It's not necessarily when I wake up in the morning, but if my kids, when they were little, needed to wake me up at night for something, I just was a bear, and I didn't want to be. I would apologize the next day, but I just would be so angry because I was so tired. I just wanted to sleep. I've since learned I don't tell people I'm tired now. I tell them I feel sedated, and that's because I have a lot of brain fog when I'm experiencing the effects of IH.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Tamara, and adding another dimension to the experience that Gemma described. It's probably reassuring to her to know that it's not the only, she's not the only one that puts others in sort of that uncomfortable position of being the one there when you wake up. Rebecca, did I see?
Yeah, listening.
Oh, go ahead, Tamara. No. Well, we'll go to Rebecca. Did I see your hand go up?
Yes, you did. I think I can add to that from the perspective of someone who's trying to date. I don't know if you've tried to go on first dates, second dates, and explain to someone that you've never met before that you're not yawning because they're boring, you're yawning because you're knackered. And the toddler analogy that Gemma used is something that gets raised frequently. People comment when I wake up from a nap, I have that face of a toddler when you've woken up a toddler from a nap. Now, that's cute, but I'm 32 years old. I don't really want to look like a toddler waking up from a nap. And if someone tries to wake me up, I will tell them to shush. I will tell them to shut up. If you don't know someone, I'm hearing everyone about supportive partners. I don't get woken up by people I know very often. I get woken up by people I don't know. I will go on dates, or I'll go to a party and I'll sneak away and take a nap just to keep myself going and to achieve the life things I want to achieve. I will push myself to the brink so that I too one day can say, I have a really supportive partner who helps. So trying to get to that stage takes you to breaking point.
Absolutely. Gosh, yep. It's got to be really, really tough to introduce this as part of who Rebecca is, and to know it's not always going to be the you would present to the person you're with or the group of people you're with. I'm going to shift us a bit to thinking about just how IH sort of evolves over time. Zachary's experience, as described by his mom, Robin, illustrated quite severe symptoms at a young age. Yet others, including Beth, shared that symptoms sort of rumble along and they might flare or get worse at different time periods. So Diana, I'd like you to share with us how your experience living with IH has changed through the years. And Diana is joining us from Atlanta. She is a real leader in the IH community, and we're really grateful you're here with us today. Oh.
I'm sorry?
You were muted for just a second, but you're with us now.
My journey to diagnosis was much like the stories you've already heard. It was long, frustrating, lonely. I could feel every word that was spoken. excessive daytime sleepiness, brain fog, sleep paralysis. My declining executive function was negatively affecting every part of my day. I'd sleep all night, yet I would struggle to get the kids to school. 10 a.m., I was already needing a nap. It hurt to be awake, but naps were unrefreshing. Um, Oftentimes, I wake up feeling worse, but you have to sleep, but you feel worse. After years of searching for answers, I actually crashed a car while driving my son. And yet, that very morning, I was at the doctor's office hearing him tell me once again that I was fine. I was probably depressed. I needed to lose weight, exercise more, something so many of us hear. Clearly, I was not fine. In 2011, after years of searching and frustration and the embarrassment and trying to hide it from everybody around me, I found Dr. Ryan, Dr. Trotty. I got the correct testing, and I just couldn't believe how many years it took me to get there. I was finally diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia. And they worked with me over and over to find something that would reduce my debilitating symptoms, but nothing gave me the lasting results I needed. Until recently, like you said, there's only one FDA approved medication. So a lot of the treatments that were offered, either insurance companies denied or after appeals, I would be able to try it for a little bit of time, but then you'd get denied after a while. It's frustrating. I went from searching for a diagnosis to searching for a treatment so I can go back to work. I didn't want to be considered lazy. I knew I wasn't lazy, but I did end up having to file for disability because I was exhausted, unreliable. I was rarely present in my own life and totally unable to work. And nothing was giving me that lasting relief to move to the next place. I participated in several clinical trials, probably over 5. These are difficult because they require you to come off your medications and then do all the things that we're not good at. Keeping logs, accurate sleep diaries, making it on time for appointments. Like somebody said to you, we get angry and we have to do excessive poking and prodding and struggle, and it's nearly impossible for us to do. I knew something needed to change. For me, my daughter's diagnosis of IH really fueled my want for, to bring change, see advocacy, raise education. I basically wanted to create that space that I needed in our community. I want people to get diagnosed quicker, to be heard, to be believed, understood, and supported. I want them to receive a diagnosis in more of a timely manner than so many of us took to get there. And most of all, access to consistent and affordable treatment. People are getting diagnosed a little quicker, and there is so much more education out there. I muddle through the day a lot easier because I don't have the demands of work. But like I said, the littlest change in your day, and it throws you off. There's always that trade-off. There's been a lot of change, but we need a lot of change. And I don't think that's too much to ask. I really appreciate being able to share today.
Thank you, Diana. What I heard in your comments was this intertwining of your sort of journey with the physical symptoms and the impact on your life, as well as your own sort of transformation from being hidden and keeping it a secret and not knowing even what to call it, to being this powerful advocate for education and awareness and change and better circumstances for your fellow community members. So thank you for sharing sort of that really 3-part journey with us. How do you think about sort of the evolution of the symptoms? Have things shifted in terms of what really is the most burdensome aspect of IH for you over time? Or has it just been fairly consistent, but because of the environment that you're in, either not working or not having young children at home, you can accommodate things better? How would you explain that to us?
Yeah, I think it is in some ways always evolving a little bit with your change in circumstances. So yeah, not working and not having, kids at home, you feel like, everything should get a little bit better. But I do feel like I have declined over the years. Definitely everything has been affected a little bit more. I can get a medicine that helps me with the daytime sleepiness, but I still have the brain fog and the diminished executive function. So I kind of feel like I'm always moving to hit that moving target. And then I could just try to rest a little bit more, do a little less, change my routine again. But that doesn't always give you the results you want.
That you're looking for. Yeah.
You really need. So again, it's always that trade-off. If I do this, then I can't do that. If I do this, I can't do that. But I haven't found anything that really gives me that total package of getting back to what I think normal was once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hard to even know what that frame of reference is by this point, right? What is normal? Yeah. I see that we have Jolie from Georgia interested in joining the conversation, and I think she's picking up on something, Gemma, that you mentioned about the financial impact of not working, and Diana just shared that. We heard from Beth that she also has gone on disability. Jolie, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Please share your comment with us about how this has impacted your life.
Today, I just wanted to share, depending on the severity, how long it maybe takes to get a diagnosis, and whether or not you have financial support, life can get scary really quickly. Instability and the inability to afford to live is a real possibility. I have a very unique but heavy story about how I got my diagnosis that I hope I'm able to one day share. Today, I was really hoping to use my voice to stress the possible reality those with IH face, the inability to afford life itself. While IH is not life-threatening in itself, it can get you there. Those of you struggling along with me, however you're struggling, I hope you aren't feeling as alone today as you sometimes might. And to anyone listening that can help us to improve our quality of life, even in compassion or the willingness to learn with us, it is my greatest hope that you hear the sincerity in our stories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jolie. That was really well said, and I think that I'm seeing your fellow community members here with us online nodding their heads in real earnest, I think, recognition of what you're saying, and that wish for everyone to feel more believed, better respected, and validated, as Sam had said earlier, by the experiences being shared here today. So thank you for joining us. Lindsay, I'm sure there's lots of comments coming in writing.
There are. We have Shannon in Virginia, who states that the embarrassment of waking up at 11 a.m. as an adult is awful, along with the feelings of being incapable of completing simple daily tasks. Having a healthy social life is extremely difficult because of constantly canceling plans and, more often than not, being physically present, but with overwhelming brain fog. Ever since I can remember, I have just longed to wake up like a normal person. And then we have Wendy in Australia, who noted that I have extreme sleep drunkenness waking up, brain fog that can last for several hours in the morning. This has impacted my job. I try and schedule meetings for after 10 a.m., but that's not always possible. I live 20 minutes from work, and sometimes after just 10 minutes in the car, I am struggling to stay awake. I've fallen asleep in meetings, and then I need to profusely apologize and lie by offering an excuse that I'm just not feeling well.
Wow. So many common experiences being shared. We have another caller. This is Bridget from New Jersey, who is the caregiver mom of a 20-year-old with IH and other disorders. Bridget, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, Bridget.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi.
I want to hear from you about how your son's excessive daytime sleepiness and his sleep inertia, what that impact is like for you as his caregiver. So share a bit with us
Sure.
about your experience.
Yes. And to clarify, our situation is extra complex because my 20-year-old is autistic. As someone would say, high functioning. People don't use those terms anymore, but he is autistic and has had sleep disorders for more than a decade, 15 years, and has had multiple doctors and teams of people trying to help us manage it. But his situation is that he will typically sleep until 2 p.m. or later. He would basically just stay asleep and every day until I essentially force him awake, which takes numerous prompts and repeating, standing at his side, helping him sit up, helping him stand there till he's physically out of bed, forcing him downstairs, giving him, drinks, water, caffeinated drinks, etc. And we have a window essentially of basically from about 4 p.m. to maybe 10 p.m. where we have to get everything in his day done. And if that's for him, he still goes to special needs schooling, learning life skills, job samplings, just participating with friends, family, showering. Just showering and doing hygiene is very difficult. We have so little time in our day to accomplish anything that we have to pick and choose. My entire life as his caregiver revolves around getting him out of bed and basically pushing him, gently supporting him through every part of the day, to function through every single part of the day. And it's I have no other life. I love my son and I want him to maximize his enjoyment of his life and to be able to do the things that he wants to do. And it's also very frightening to us because the prognosis for his future is really scary because, parents don't live forever, and parents of autistic people are especially in a difficult position because they're the main caregiver for their person. And so having him not be able to wake himself up and have any function throughout the day without a caregiver is extremely difficult. And yes, I'm exhausted all the time. I get no sleep ever. I can't catch up on my sleep. I become sick. It triggers migraines. So taking care of him affects me. I also can't interact as much with my own family. Everything in our family revolves around my son's situation. And I have a typical teenager too, who his life is affected and it feels like a burden to him and unfair, and it's very hard to manage for us. So that's our situation. We're hoping to find a better team of experts to help us consult in our situation because it's so complex.
Wow, Bridget, that is a lot that you are carrying, a very heavy load indeed. Thank you for being with us to share that. And many of the things that you just stated, we heard from the leaders about, what life is like with Zachary and those fears for the future and what that might mean for his life and your lives long term. So really Godspeed to you, and thank you for joining us today to share that and help us better understand the impact on you as a caregiver as well as for your son. Lindsay, are there a couple more comments?
There are. We have Michaela in Florida who says, your entire life is lived 1 hour at a time. When to eat, when to sleep, stand, sit, take breaks. Maintaining your IH is a full-time job. And then we have Raymond in Nebraska who says, Gemma mentioned that she can be chatty. I talk way too much. I try not to do it, but I keep doing it. It can be very embarrassing. I understand it is a way to keep me awake.
And we'll hear some more of Raymond's words when we come back from our short break. But in this final segment of the meeting before that short break, I want to turn to Rebecca Bonner, who joins us from New York City. You've started to share some of your experience with us, but I'd like you to really focus in on, you know, in your life now with IH, what concerns you most? We've heard a lot already today, but Rebecca, share with us some of the things that are on your mind in this part of the discussion.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to share some of the things. There's not enough time for me to go through all of the things. I want to first start my answer with the question, are you tired? These are 3 words that are unrelenting. They're wildly ill-informed, and in my opinion, they're completely irrelevant. I was diagnosed 3 years ago, and that's when my symptoms were really flaring, which is why we're trying to explore why that happened. But because it was 3 years ago, I remember what tiredness feels like. And I appreciate the question because words are powerful, and my primary symptom is termed as excessive daytime sleepiness. That in itself leads to a vast misconception that I'm tired. I'm not tired. Living with IH is constant work. It feels like wading through mud every day. That's physical and mental exhaustion. It's an active fight, minute by minute, hour by hour, to push past your brain shutting down. It's triggered by any heightened emotion, so anger, joy, stress, excitement. Try feeling anything, and you're met with sleepiness. It's amplified by any illness, a cold, a migraine, sometimes if the weather changes too abruptly. That causes immense amount of worries as to how I'm going to feel in a day. Currently, all of this for me is solved by what's deemed to be good enough for right now. At the moment, it's a really high dose of stimulants, which just get me through an 8-hour workday. To have a life outside of that workday, I have to make constant sacrifices. If I want to see a friend after work, I have to build in naps to my work schedule. I drink approximately 14 shots of espresso through a day. I delay my medications, all just so that I could stay awake for a little bit longer in the evening. Because of all of that, a massive worry for me is my cardiovascular health. The stimulants I take on top of all the caffeine I drink has my heart working overtime. Right now, I can feel my heart racing through my chest, and yet all I want to do is lay down and take a nap. That long-term feels incredibly unsustainable and not a lifestyle that I wish to sign up for. When I look to the future, as I move into life stages that I should be really excited about, finding a partner, becoming a parent, I'm instead really caught up in the anxiety of what adding to that cognitive load could do to my overall health. How can I envision being the parent that I aspire to be with my current state? I'm 32, I live alone, I take several naps, I mentally burn out. I forget simple things, and when it really gets to its worst, I struggle to put the names to the faces of people that I love. So I've never been the personality type to accept what's good enough. It's not who I am. I am a senior vice president in my company. I am extremely ambitious, but this approach is being taken to my treatment and my care. So to really summarize, I'm worried that having IH is just going to stop me from living my life. I'm worried that every day I'm going to have to wade through that thick mud. I'm worried that I'm not going to explore the aspects of life that someone who doesn't have IH might just take for granted. So at the moment, I'm doing well, but I have to ask myself, is this where this stops? Is this all that I can achieve? And am I not going to be able to progress further in any aspect of my life? So I really want everyone to kind of think about the fact that I'm not tired. I think I can speak for my panelists here today if we're not tired. We're sick, we're living with something, I'm exhausted. And when I'm asked about what I'm worried about, I'm just worried, full stop. And all of that is really not good enough.
Oh, wow, Rebecca. I am just so caught up by the beautiful young woman we see in front of us and the weight of all of that worry and concern about what the rest of the day holds, what tomorrow will hold in light of the sacrifice you've made to be with us, that all of you have made to be with us. And just how profound and how simple the pleasures are that you might have to trade off because of IH and its impact on your life. Thank you for so beautifully sharing such heartbreaking sentiments with us. Oh, that's heavy stuff, and I could see it in your fellow panelists' eyes as you were speaking. I think we all felt that very profoundly. Lindsay, what are you seeing online?
We have Ashley in Minnesota. She says, imagine losing precious time, time that can be spent with friends or with family, time that could be spent outside, time that could be spent working, time that could be spent on the upkeep of your home, time that could be spent with your kids or your significant other. Instead, it's time spent in bed, alone, physically unable to get up, while the world and everything that is important to you continues to live on. We also have a comment that it worries me that no medication I've tried has worked so far. It worries me that my symptoms are going to continue to get worse and that I'm going to end up sleeping through most of my life and that I'm going to miss out on my children's lives.
That theme of the impact on parenting ability is something we've heard about, whether it's the children you have or the children you want to have. I believe we have Amanda from Michigan ready to join us on the program. Is that right?
Yeah, hi there. I was calling to touch more on the day-to-day and parenting. You know, with the brain fog, I struggle to remember short-term things, promises I might make, or even work-related things. I get up, it's a struggle to wake up. It takes an hour minimum for me to get out of that bed, 5 or more alarms to actually wake up, not sure how I'm going to wake up with that sleep inertia or just feeling like you're drunk or passing back out. I've turned my alarm off in my sleep, and then trying to get myself to work as the main caretaker. Trying to focus at work is just awful. I have to write everything down, and even then I will forget my notes. My poor son, I can barely keep up with him. He's 11, wants to do activities with me, and by the time I'm home, I'm so fried, I'm just laying there trying not to pass out to interact with him. On top of, if you have what I refer to as the sleep attacks while driving, I've had more than I care to admit. It's very hard. I can't focus on a TV show. I pass out. In fact, this last weekend, my boyfriend made a retort because I passed out 3 times during a TV show. Hey, there you are. Welcome back.
I'm sure meant in a lighthearted way, but it goes right to your heart, doesn't it, to have that kind of situation. Yeah. Thank you, Amanda, for sharing with us how that affects, you, your life, your kids' lives, and your feeling about your ability to parent effectively. Thanks for joining us today. I think we also have Ika on the line from North Carolina. Ika, are you with us?
Hi, thank you.
Yes, please share a bit about your experience and maybe what is most impacting your life in terms of IH.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to sort of kind of start with the most burdensome aspect right now. IH has, it's so debilitating that it came to a point in my life that I feel like I need to decide, do I want to, continue my role of a wife, a parent, an employee, of a person who tries to take care of myself, I feel like I need to choose something. Like I need to eliminate something else to be able to go on and have a resemblance of a normal life. So that is very sad. And, you know, I constantly think about, you know, I'm married, but I'm constantly thinking about, oh, if I leave it alone, at least I'll have time to take care of myself. And then, you know, if I have my son part-time with me, I'll have more energy, more time to spend with him. Because otherwise, you know, the whole other time of the day is being taken by work, full-time work. So being a wife, you know, taking care of partner, it feels like a burden, which is very sad. And another aspect that I wanted to share is that there might be a misconception that, you know, people with hypersomnia, they just want to sleep all day. But when it comes to night, some of us just cannot turn the brain off. So we stay up late. I stay up late. Sometimes there's a tendency that I will be up late to 2, 3 a.m. until my mind is numb enough to go to sleep. But what happens next day, you know, all the usual symptoms, you know, I excessive daytime sleeping. I wake up around 2, 3 p.m., but I'm ready to start my day around 4, 5 p.m. So that is something that is absolutely not, you know, acceptable to me. It is just absolutely not something that I can sustain. And a third thing that I wanted to share is that, you know, a lot of us with hypersomnia have so many ideas and things we want to do, and we just can't. And that is very, very frustrating.
Those constant ambitions not really matching up to your ability is such a you know, key element of this whole experience, whether it's different roles you want to take on, mother, wife, worker, employee, friend, spouse, sibling. It's like constant trade-offs is what we're hearing just across all of these conversations. And thank you so much, Aika, for joining us and being part of this program. We're really grateful for your participation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for doing this.
Thank you. Before we get ready to close before the break, I just wanted to offer the panel an opportunity to maybe build on what Rebecca shared in terms of the things that concern you most at this point. Gemma.
Yeah, Rebecca mentioned about worry about cardiovascular health, and I think that is a really big worry with the kind of medications that we take. They are very strong medications, and that's also something that I really worry about. So I tend to try and stay on a lesser dose, you know, which is not great. So like developing other treatments is something that's really, really important for me as well. So you have that added worry about other health issues due to the medications you take.
The long-term effects, and that's something we'll talk about after the break, is what the side effects of medications, the downsides, and certainly concerns about long-term use came up very prevalent in the survey results. So thanks for adding to that. Sam or Diana, anything? Sam, you want to share?
Yeah, just real quick, two fast things, but that last caller, I sometimes will push myself to stay awake for so long. I call it me forgetting how to sleep or to being too tired to sleep. So I do understand that sometimes I'll push it for so long that I don't know how to put the off switch on. I was trying so hard. And the other quick thing I wanted to say was that I'm not happy that we're here, but I am happy to meet you guys. I hope that sharing helps, and it's nice to have a little bit of hope. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. We know so many people that we've spoken with in the course of planning for today had never talked to another person with IH. And so just this sense of community and shared experience, I think, is very powerful. And with that, I want to express our thanks to the panelists, Diana, Sam, Rebecca, Gemma, and all those who called in or wrote in, including those we may not have had time to get to before this break. All of the comments we've received will inform the Voice of the Patient report, even those we didn't have a chance to hear during the live session. And with that, we'll wrap up session 1, and we're going to take about a 15-minute break until 2:15 here on the East Coast of the US, or 15 minutes past the hour, whatever hour time zone you're in. Then we'll reconvene for session 2, where we'll move into a discussion about the current IH treatment options and what patients and caregivers would like to see in future therapies, including conversations about some of the things we've already started to hear about in this session. So with that, I'll give you all a bit of a bio break and see you back in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome back. Let's get started with the second session on the idiopathic hypersomnia treatment landscape. As a reminder, any comments that are submitted today in writing or by phone call that we're unable to take are still important, and they will be used to help us generate the Voice of the Patient report after this meeting. The comment form will remain live on the website for 30 days until May 11th, and you can also find the meeting program, the agenda, and the discussions right on the same webpage you're viewing this live stream. We'll start again with a series of pre-recorded presentations by IH community members and then move into a live discussion. Maria Vargas of Mexico City begins this set of remarks, followed by Raymond Meester from Nebraska. We'll see another short video from Haley Wall, and then we'll hear from Suzanne LaCour of Toronto, Canada, about her son Scott's experience being treated for IH. We've heard so much about the different techniques that people use to make that challenging transition from being asleep to being awake that we wanted to make sure those were reflected today. And Maria graciously invited us into her home, and she shows us some of the assists she uses to get the best sleep possible and then to wake up for her workday. Finally, Jenny Greathouse of Leroy, West Virginia, will be the final speaker. Let's hear from these brave individuals now. Maria, please share your experience with IH with us.
Hola, from Mexico City. My name is Maria Vargas and I'm 30 years old. I suffer from IH. So even though I've always had the symptoms for IH, I also suffer from depression. So I wasn't really diagnosed until recently. It wasn't until the COVID pandemic that my doctor sent me to a sleep specialist that diagnosed me after taking the MSLT and started treating me. Now, in seeking treatment for the symptoms of IH, which are excessive daytime sleepiness, fatigue, sleep inertia, sleep drunkenness, I've tried mainly 2 medications, both by themselves and in combination. Now, when I started out with modafinil. Modafinil sadly does nothing for me. I can take up to 400 milligrams of modafinil and feel nothing, going back to sleep for several hours. It's easy. I've tried extended release modafinil, which also does nothing except giving me nausea, which is not amazing. I've tried extended release methylphenidate with modafinil. That had very modest results. And what I take nowadays with also kind of modest results is immediate release methylphenidate in the presentation of 10 milligrams. So I'll take like 20 milligrams in the early morning and then another 10 milligrams at midday, more or less, which is the time of the day when I need to be most active. Even though it's the treatment that works best for me, it also has some undesirable side effects such as tachycardia and heart palpitations. I've been interested in trying sodium oxybate. I've read a little bit about the treatment with that, but sadly that's not available in Mexico yet. So methylphenidate and modafinil are all we have so far. So next, I would like you to understand a little of my work environment and what I've learned of the kind of workplace that's best suited for me having IH. So at school, I studied graphic design, and after that, I went on to work for a design firm. Now, being in front of a screen for 8 hours a day for me is completely unbearable. After going back to the office setting after COVID, I would have to go take naps in the bathroom, which wasn't ideal. After that, 2 friends and I decided to open a studio, which was amazing because we got to choose our work times, our kinds of projects. They were projects that excited me and therefore kind of made it easier to work. But ultimately, all the stress of having a startup and having to put all of that work and energy into my job didn't work out for me and ended up having a bad impact on my health, my mental health, and just increasing my IH symptoms. Nowadays, I have a job that works great for me professionally because of what I want to pursue in the future, and also because of the structure and workplace environment it provides for me having IH. So I work for an agroecological project in Mexico City in a beautiful park called Xochimilco. I work in the tourism part of it. So I'll take the clients to culinary experiences, go see the sunrise with them, go have breakfast with them, and really just talk to them about food sustainability, agroecology, etc. Because I have to be engaged with people and moving around, it's great for me. There's no chance for me to just like fall asleep. But that's also why I rely so much on my sleeping routine and my whole system and like having a very set lifestyle, because I can't get late to work. The sun won't wait for me to come out. And well, just in terms of lifestyle, eat a very balanced diet and try to exercise 3 to 5 times a week. Now, sometimes that's not possible because sometimes I'm so sleepy and I'm barely going to work, and I get back home, eat a piece of cheese and just go back to sleep. So it's really about trying to keep a balance, but also not being too hard on myself when I kind of lose it and I'm having a harder time with it. In terms of my wishes for treatment, first of all, I would like to not pose a danger to myself or others, so feeling alert would be a top priority. Second of all, maybe waking up feeling refreshed. I would love waking up to not be the absolute worst part of my day, to wake up feeling like I want to make breakfast or things. I haven't felt that in ages. And third of all, I would love to have the energy to do the things 30-year-olds do. I would love to go out with friends and meet new people and have projects on top of my job and travel. All of those things are very hard for me because they can impede my being functional. My life is like a little snow globe where everything has to be very small and very controlled so that I can keep my relationships and keep my job and keep being a functional part of society. And thank you for letting me share a little bit of my experience and my day-to-day with IH. I hope it was helpful for someone. Thank you. Bye.
Hello from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Raymond Meester. I am 71 years old and I am a retired pastor. I was diagnosed with IH about 2 years ago. My earliest memories of sleepiness was when I was about 12 or 13 years old, driving a tractor through the cornfields on my father's farm. Things slowly got worse. I started to nod off in afternoon classes in college and graduate school. After being shamed for taking a nap at my first church, from then on, I always found a place in a church where I could stretch out and take a nap without anybody knowing it. And I would never nap more than 20 minutes. I usually set an alarm. And sometimes I would nod off while I was visiting parishioners, which wasn't exactly the best for me or for them. Living in rural areas, I had to sometimes drive rather long distances to make hospital calls or to go to meetings. Those drives would be quite a challenge for me sometimes because I would get very sleepy. I would pull over at a rest stop or at some safe place. But there were occasions when I fell asleep at the wheel. Only once did I find myself somewhat out of my lane when I was on the shoulder. So I never did harm myself or harm others, thankfully. In 2011, I discussed my sleepiness with my doctor, and she referred me to a pulmonologist who had me take a sleep test. I was diagnosed with apnea and prescribed a CPAP machine. It didn't provide much relief for my symptoms. So in 2017, my pulmonologist prescribed armodafinil, and then in 2020, I was prescribed modafinil. However, the sleepiness was getting worse. I was taking 4 naps a day, experiencing brain fog with cognitive difficulties and forgetfulness. And then by about 2021, my sleepiness got to be rather unbearable. My pulmonologist ordered an MSLT, and I was diagnosed with IH. He prescribed Ritalin on top of my modafinil, and also he prescribed the one medicine that is approved for IH, Xywav. It took me a little over a month to titrate to the right dose for me. I did start noticing a difference. It helped me in terms of being able to stay awake. My current regimen requires me to take medication 7 times a day, and 5 of those are related to my IH medications, including one at 1:30 in the morning. The alarm on my smartphone seems to be going off constantly. I still have to take a nap or two in many days and experience some brain fog, and because of that brain fog, I am no longer preaching. I'm still concerned about my ability to drive. I hardly ever drive out of town unless my wife is with me, and in our long drive, she does most of the driving. I'm grateful for the driver assist on the newer cars that make sure that, or help me at least stay in my lane should I get a little bit sleepy. My wife and I would occasionally like to go to some evening events with friends or to go to plays and concerts, but it's difficult because of my medication regimen. I need to be home by about 9:30 so that I can get ready for bed and take my first dose of Xywav by about 10:30. Often we are not able to attend the events because of the timing or the length of the events. We have enjoyed some European river cruises very early in my retirement, and we had planned to go abroad with our daughter when she would get married. She married about the time or right after I was diagnosed with IH. So my hopes of going back on some European river cruises and my dream of the 4 of us going abroad, I'm not sure I can do that anymore. I'm very reluctant because the time zone changes make taking the medications quite a struggle. And also I'm concerned about what would happen if I would have a sleep attack, and also the controlled nature of the medications that I'm taking. I will close by saying that I'm grateful for the improvements that the medications have given to me, and my Medicare Advantage plan has been very good about paying for my medications, but I would very much like to live with the ability of staying awake without the medications. Thank you for your attention and for your advancing the understanding of IH. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne LaCour, and I live in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. My 16-year-old son, Scott, has idiopathic hypersomnia. Here is a quick summary of our 2-year journey. At the age of 14, while in grade 8, Scott was sleeping a lot. He was having trouble getting up for school and was feeling sick to his stomach in the mornings. Scott had to stop playing sports due to extreme fatigue and weakness. I took him to our family physician, who initially thought Scott was depressed or did not want to go to school. He did a series of blood tests but did not find anything wrong. I also took him to see a naturopathic doctor who ordered more blood work. These results also came back within normal limits. After 6 months, I insisted that our family physician refer us to a pediatrician. The pediatric specialist then ordered more tests and referred us to cardiology, an endocrinologist, and an allergist. These doctors could not find anything that would cause Scott's extreme fatigue. Scott wanted to be heard and taken seriously. He wanted to go to school and play sports, but his body wouldn't allow him to. He did not feel that people believed him and thought he was lazy. Scott finally had his first sleep study and MSLT in April 2023. The sleep specialist then diagnosed Scott with idiopathic hypersomnia. Through virtual appointments, this doctor started prescribing off-label treatments. Scott began taking stimulants in varying amounts and combinations. These medications, which were not always in stock at our pharmacy, had many side effects. Scott was losing a great deal of weight and had no appetite, and these meds were not helping him much at all. A year later, we were both getting very discouraged, and I requested a second opinion. At one point, I was feeling so desperate that I was going to take him to the ER at Sick Kids Hospital and refused to leave until someone helped us. It's hard to find healthcare professionals who understand IH, diagnose it correctly, and know how to treat it and its symptoms. Last fall, we found ourselves on wait lists to see specialists at Sick Kids Hospital. Scott was referred to the EDS clinic, infectious disease department, rheumatology, neurology, in all hopes of finding out what was wrong. These doctors all cleared him, which was a relief but also frustrating, and left us with more questions. We were losing hope of finding answers. By the time of this recording, Scott has been to the sleep clinic at Sick Kids for 2 appointments, and the doctor has prescribed 54 milligrams of Concerta each morning. I've been giving him his medication before I leave for work each morning, and Scott has alarms set for every 5 minutes from 9 till 10:30 a.m. in order to wake up. Scott has an upcoming sleep study and MSLT. At Sick Kids, he is not looking forward to another sleep study, as he said he felt like a lab rat in an experiment at the last one. I've spent many hours researching and teaching myself as much as I can about IH in order to be well informed and know how to advocate for the care of my son. Right now, we still have a lot of questions and uncertainty in our lives. I'm a single mom, and before IH, Scott was really helpful at home, doing yard work, making his own meals, doing his laundry, and cleaning, but now I have to do everything myself. Some days he isn't able to warm up his own food or take a shower. I have considered taking a leave of absence from my teaching career, but this would be very difficult financially. I have applied for the disability tax credit, but I was denied. As for school, Scott finished his grade 9 year with many accommodations. I paid for cab rides to get him to and from school last year when he was able to go. He's not been going to school in person this year. He is at home for his grade 10 year and trying to complete a couple of course credits with an online school. Some days he does not do any work at all, and other days he can complete only a few minutes of his coursework due to extreme fatigue, brain fog, and his inability to concentrate and process information. I worry about Scott's mental health, physical well-being, and his happiness. I wonder when he will be able to hang out with friends again. Will he be able to finish high school? And if so, how long will it take? And will he be able to pursue his goals? 2 years ago, I had a healthy, happy, independent, social teenager with so much drive and ambition. And the next thing I know, I have a teen who is feeling hopeless, frustrated, and stuck at home. The life he wants is on hold, and we are at the mercy of the medical community to help us figure this out. I only hope that we are able to find a solution very soon that will allow my son to get back to living his life again.
My ability to work like a normal human being, to be functional on a day-to-day basis, being a single person with a full-time job, really depends not only on the medications, but lifestyle and a very carefully constructed set of supports and accommodations that has taken years for me to create alongside with my family and friends. Okay, so first I want to show you my sleep setup. So over here we have blackout curtains just to keep the room as dark as possible during the night, but also during the day when I want to take naps. I have these custom-made earplugs, which I have tiny ear canals, so regular earplugs don't work for me. I live in Mexico City, which is super noisy all day long, so these work great to fall asleep. And a sleeping mask just to kind of help me fall asleep. All of these will usually, I'll take them off during the night without noticing, but they help me fall asleep and increase my sleep quality. Then to wake up, I have a complex system. So over here, I have the first step. This is a light alarm clock. So it's just light, and 45 minutes before I want to wake up, it will start turning on slowly, simulating the sunrise, which allows me to kind of start being aroused without being like angered by an alarm on my phone. So this starts 45 minutes before. 30 minutes before I want to wake up, an alarm will go off on my phone. It's a very calm alarm, and that's just to remind me to take my pills. So I'll just take them and usually go back to sleep. Then 20 minutes before I want to wake up, a playlist will start playing from the speaker over here. It has to be a good combination of metal music that won't make me angry enough to come up, turn it off, and go back to sleep, but it also has to be like intense enough that it won't just lull me back to sleep. So this starts playing, and then at the time I want to wake up, an alarm clock, this one, will go off. This is a regular alarm clock with a regular terrible sound, and I'll just have to get up to turn this off. I'll turn on the light, like put some water on my face, and if I do go back to my bed to try and fall back asleep, which happens often, the light's already on, there's music playing, and an alarm will go off on my phone 5 minutes after that alarm from the bathroom went off. And after all of that, if none of that worked, there's an alarm on my phone 15 minutes before I have to absolutely get to work, so that if that didn't work, the whole stress of not getting to work will wake me up.
My name is Jenny Greathouse, and I'm 46 years old, and I live in Leroy, West Virginia. All my life, I have been known to sleep a lot and to fall asleep very easily. I struggled with memory and didn't do very well in school like the other kids. In early adulthood, I had 2 children and threw myself into parenting and all the activities that come along with that while working full-time. It seemed perfectly normal to me to always feel exhausted and to fall asleep in any downtime given in those years. In late 2013, on a second date with my now fiancé, he suggested that I may have a sleep disorder, as he recognized signs in me similar to his diagnosis of sleep apnea. I dismissed it, thinking, that's not true, until I one day took an online sleep apnea quiz. Every answer I typed suggested I should see a doctor. So I called and scheduled a sleep study and almost canceled on my way to the clinic thinking this is absurd, and that's when I got the diagnosis of IH, a condition I'd never heard of and really could not believe was true. Denial gave way to curiosity, and I started to research IH on my own. The symptoms completely fit my reality. It was a blessing to me to have a name for the cause of things I struggled with my whole life, but it was also a curse. Doctors didn't seem to know much about it. There was no clear treatment plan, and it was a very minimal list of drug options. Nothing was clear-cut. Initially, Adderall worked for me. It helped me to be able to get out of bed and to stay on track through the day, something I had never experienced before. I had more energy and was more productive at home and at work, but it came with its own side effects of loss of appetite, and I began to lose a lot of weight. And in my neck of the woods, if you start to lose weight, you're immediately associated with abusing drugs. At that point, I reached out to my doctor about other treatment options. Everything we tried had severe side effects. With more than one medication, I became suicidal, something I had never considered in the past. Realizing the positive effects of Adderall, I decided that that was probably the best treatment for me. But unfortunately, at that same time, my company was bought out, and the new insurance plan did not recognize Adderall as it was not FDA approved for IH. After multiple appeals, my only option was to change jobs, to be able to access insurance that I knew would approve the medication. That is when I really realized how severe IH is. With the change of new jobs, I was 2 years into the job, and I was still struggling to do daily tasks. Thinking that the job just may not be the right fit, I changed jobs. I never connected the struggles to my IH. I had the same challenges there, and my doctor requested approval for an increased dosage, only to be told that they were denying the medication completely as it was not FDA approved for IH, only narcolepsy. I felt I was stuck in a very vicious cycle. My doctor did offer to change my diagnosis to narcolepsy to help me get the medication, but to me that seems dishonest. I don't want to risk needing something in the future that depends on having the true IH diagnosis in my record, so I lost my access to Adderall. That's when the biggest downward spiral began. Without any treatment, my symptoms returned with a vengeance. I was having trouble keeping up at work, and I was making many more errors. I often arrived late to the office, and my boss wouldn't let me work a different schedule. I went on temporary medical leave only to lose my job. I lost my job, my health insurance, and my purpose. I was physically and emotionally wrecked. 3 years with no job, no purpose. I miss having treatment. Now I just wait for a good day when I have a bit more energy than I normally do, but that's always followed up by several payback days when I use all the good time to catch up on the things I've let slide, including times with friends and family. And speaking of family, my sons are now young men and they don't fully understand my diagnosis. Over Thanksgiving, my youngest told me that I needed to give up this disability thing, do better, be better. And that crushed me. As I worry, my oldest son has IH. Like me, he's always been a good sleeper. He falls asleep very easily and has a very rough time getting up. A few months ago, after a car accident, he called me and his words confirmed my fear. I didn't even know I fell asleep. Those were the exact same words I had spoken for years before my diagnosis. I recognize many similar symptoms in him, classic with IH, and he has been to countless doctors, all telling him he's perfectly healthy despite the symptoms he's experiencing. I have asked him to consider a sleep study, and his words to me are, why? So I can struggle as much as you have and eventually get a medication that they'll just take away, and I too will lose my job one day? I did apply for Social Security disability, and after 3 long years of fighting, 2 denials, and I finally got a hearing in front of a law judge. I was granted benefits because of the effects of IH. The judge said my case was one of the most interesting cases she's encountered. It's rough to face that I will no longer be able to hold a job of any kind, but I hope that my experience with her might just help somebody else that comes under her review. With my disability approval comes Medicare. I am really hopeful that I can be able to access a treatment that will help me have more energy during the day and feel more alert and focused without the side effects that I had to go through in the past. I look forward to the day when IH is not in charge of my life. I have expressed interest in some clinical trials, but I have found that it is hard to get accepted living in Royal, West Virginia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about my experience with IH and what I'm hoping for in terms of awareness and better treatment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny, Maria, Suzanne, Haley, and Raymond, and all the individuals affected by IH who have shared their experiences with us so far today. That was another compelling set of testimonials that really underscores the array of approaches that individuals are employing to relieve symptoms, extend the functional hours they have each day, and to achieve even a modest quality of life in the face of IH. We also heard about some treatments that are working well for individuals, as well as the downsides and challenges encountered with other medications. I'll remind everyone that our purpose today is not to spotlight a particular medication or treatment approach in either a positive or negative way, but to better understand how available therapies are meeting patients' needs and what unmet needs remain. We'll talk later in this session about treatment barriers and aspirations, both of which came up in these presentations, as well as our earlier session. If you would like to contribute to the conversation, please submit written comments using the form below the player, or you can dial in at 703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 703-844-3231. Claire and our operator are standing by to take your calls. As we begin the discussion about the community's experience with treatment approaches, I welcome our panel, and we're interested in hearing about the approaches you're using to relieve symptoms and improve your function. And I'd like to welcome first Becky Tallman, who's a physical therapist living in Navarre, Florida. And Becky, I've heard you describe treatment for IH as living well by managing alertness, and that really, I think, resonates with what we heard from the earlier session. So please share with us what treatments you're using to achieve this goal, or in hopes of achieving this goal.
Okie doke. First, thank you for having me and for the coordination and all the behind the scenes work to pull this meeting together. Having not yet met a fellow IH struggler in real life, but only over phones and screens, the validation of the shared symptoms and struggles and losses and coping strategies or not, it has me pretty much gobsmacked. It was in my early 20s I began falling asleep in my physical therapy classes during college, but I went undiagnosed until the age of 48 when I went back to work full time. I was exhausted. And when I found myself falling asleep in patients' rooms, and at least once in the middle of doing exercises with one, but we were both sitting down, I sought concrete answers. And after multiple blood and endocrinology tests, I eventually got referred to a sleep clinic and finally followed by a NAP study with MSLP. And with a sleep latency average of 2.7 minutes, I was diagnosed with IH in 2013. Working full-time as a physical therapist became more and more difficult because of the compounding effects of the symptoms. Patient care didn't suffer, but documentation sure did. I have tried a lot of treatments over the years, and currently I'm using a combination of medications and lifestyle approaches, including large doses of caffeine during waking hours. I am fortunate enough to have a very flexible schedule, which no longer includes working, but it was really hard to let my PT license go. Big chunk of my identity. Regular exercise, unfortunately, makes me more tired, and good sleep hygiene and a healthy lifestyle don't make a whole lot of difference. So my current med schedule, before I'm even fully awake, I take 150 milligrams of the Nuvigil or armodafinil. I take 75 milligrams of bupropion, which is kind of an adjunct to an antidepressant that I take, but it's supposed to cause insomnia. I take 200 milligrams of caffeine and 10 milligrams of Ritalin, and then I might be awake for an hour before the need to nap becomes unavoidable. Sleep inertia is real and transitions are hard. At lunchtime, I'll take another 200 milligrams of caffeine, another 75 milligrams of bupropion, and another 10 milligrams of Ritalin. And so I might be able to stay busy or awake all afternoon, but brain fog makes thinking tasks more difficult. And at dinner, I take just a regular vitamin and 10 more milligrams of Ritalin. At bedtime, then I take the 4.0 milliliters of the Xywav. I gave a double dose, a long and dedicated trial, which seemed to help minimally with sleep inertia, but the side effects were not worth the benefit for me. Single dose at night seems to help canceling out the stimulant so I can get to sleep. I could take as much as 600 milligrams of caffeine daily and 200 milligrams of armodafinil, but I found that the increased stimulant causes me to chew on the inside of my lip or the tip of my tongue and to clench my teeth, causes other difficulties. I will take the extra 100 or 200 of caffeine if there's something I really need to be alert for, but my lips and my tongue pay the price. What I would love to have access to is something that helps me actually feel alive when I'm awake. And right now, the meds keep me awake, but don't stop me from feeling sleepy or sedated all day.
Wow, Becky, that is quite a regimen that you have to follow and that you have obviously fine-tuned maybe hundreds of times over the years, right? To get it just in the right balance of allowing you to be functional by day, but to sleep at least somewhat well by night. Before we move on to other members of the panel, let's take a look at some of the survey data and what we've heard through that opportunity for people to weigh in. Pulling up this slide, we can see here, based on the survey responses so far from 446 individuals, that overall 98% of survey respondents have been prescribed medication at some point to help manage IH, and 88% report using prescription medication in the past month. Stimulants are the class of medication used most often by survey respondents in the past month, with 78% reporting current use and 20% reporting past use. Next is the category selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, and those are used by 29% of respondents, with 35% having used them at some point in the past. And then we see oxybates as a group, including the only medication tested and approved so far by FDA specifically for the treatment of IH, Xywav. These medicines are currently being used by 19% of survey respondents, with 8% having past experience with this medication type, and another 26% having considered them but not tried them yet. So we also heard about the importance of lifestyle modifications from all the speakers, notably Maria and Suzanne in this last group. So let's pull up slide 10. And as you can see here, survey respondents' current and past use of non-prescription products. We see that caffeine and vitamin supplements are the most relied upon at present. And I'll bet if we asked our panelists to hold up what they're drinking from during this meeting, we might see some caffeinated beverages among those cups. Moving on to slide 11, that illustrates the different lifestyle adjustments being employed, including staying well hydrated, employing good sleep hygiene, and avoiding alcohol at the top of the list for things that people are currently using. So Lindsay, what are we seeing coming in from the written comments so far?
Sure, we have Elizabeth in Oklahoma who states, "It is impossible for me to wake up with regular alarms. I purchased an alarm that is 113 decibels, has flashing LED lights, and a vibrating pad, and I could sleep through it. I now have a shock bracelet alarm that works, but I'm also taking Journey PM to help me wake up and stay awake with modafinil for breakthrough daytime sleepiness." And then we heard from Ben in Colorado, who noted, "I'm treating my IH with Xywav and sleep hygiene. It is moderately effective." And then Tessa in the Netherlands noted that, "I was so often told that everyone is tired that I started to doubt myself. Now that I have an effective treatment, I can say with complete confidence that it is not normal to feel so sleepy."
Sounds like we're hearing a lot of common refrains from people literally around the globe who have very similar experiences. And we saw in the survey results that respondents have experience with a wide variety of classes of medications, and have also seen that in what we've heard already today. We've learned a lot about the medication switching that occurs in an attempt to get as much benefit as possible, like Becky shared with us, and also while minimizing the side effects. And we also heard that one of the key challenges was that medications might work for a period of time, but then become less effective, or symptoms flare or get worse. We've heard about challenges from Jenny's comments about how accessing specific medications might lead to a need to switch or lose access to different medicines. So lots of things to factor in. Boy, the treatment approaches are so dynamic. It's just really sort of mind-boggling to think about how all of you have to be just so alert and responsive and attentive to how your body is doing and feeling, and what you are really needing to get the most out of your medications. We also heard how individualized the treatment of IH is. So I'd like to hear a perspective on how treatment for IH changes over time. And to sort of start that dialogue, we have Katie Collins, who is a physician in Memphis, Tennessee, who credits an adaptive approach to treatment for her ability to continue practicing medicine and doing research. So welcome to the program, Katie, and we look forward to hearing how you have sort of kept up with your treatment needs over time.
Thank you for having me here today. I first want to express extreme gratitude to all my sleep medicine physicians over the years. I really credit my prompt diagnosis of IH and a constantly evolving treatment plan for allowing me to complete my medical training and continuing to practice medicine today. I was officially diagnosed with IH in November of 2009, which was during my first semester of medical school at age of 22. I was initially prescribed Adderall, which was completely ineffective. I felt nothing. I then was prescribed Provigil or modafinil. And then I felt awake for the first time in a long time. Over the years, I worked with my sleep doctors to optimize my medicines by adjusting the dosages, changing the timing of meds, and exploring different combinations of medicines. I started off on just modafinil. We worked on changing the dose, but then later I was on a combination of armodafinil, Provigil in the morning, and then modafinil later midday. Later, I was changed to armodafinil twice daily. Then in 2021, my sleep doctor added Sunosi to my treatment plan. And then in January of 2022, I started on Xywav, the oxybate approved for IH. I was actually initially skeptical that Xywav would be useful for me because I feel like I sleep great at night. But I'm really glad that I trusted the expertise of my sleep physician because Xywav has given me hours of my life back. I used to sleep 12 hours a night on weekends to catch up from the week. But now with Xywav, I have more control over the hours I sleep, and I'm better able to wake up in the morning. Xywav isn't the be all end all. I do still need to take my daytime wake promoting medicines in addition to the Xywav, and I do still use caffeine as needed. So my current treatment plan involves Sunosi 150 milligrams. As soon as I wake up, I keep it on my bedside table. Armodafinil 200 milligrams at lunch. Caffeine as needed throughout the day. And then Xywav, I do 3.75 grams at bedtime and then 3 grams in the middle of the night. And even the Xywav dosing was kind of it took a while to find the right dose of that. And the split dosing was really helpful for me.
Wow, another really elaborate array of medications and dosages and probably the timing of when you take things across the day and how that has changed and shifted from your diagnosis to today. Thank you, Katie, for sharing that. And as you were commenting, I saw head nods in agreement from your fellow panelists, just acknowledging, it's all so tricky. And it's amazing to even chart and track like what you've tried and knowing what things to rule out and what maybe to try again. It's probably just a constant moving target, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lindsay, what are you seeing online?
So we have Robert in Maryland. He noted that I have not found a treatment that restores my quality of life. Often, I find myself on exhausting tangents, managing side effects, variability in the effect of generic stimulants, figuring out when the environment has triggered allergies, respiratory infections, or when I'm behind on managing my CPAP for sleep apnea. So he sounds like he's still really struggling to find that effective treatment.
Mm-hmm.
See, we've also heard from Brittany in Texas. She said, I'm taking a stimulant and trying to navigate my daily life with this. I use a blue light, bilateral stimulation music, and movement.
Yeah, again, pointing to the combination of medications, accommodations, adaptive, assistive tools, and just really kind of constantly seeking and searching and experimenting, right? I mean, that seems like it's a key name of the game, is that experimentation and trying to fine-tune things that are working and rule out things that don't help at all. We've learned that no two IH experiences are alike and that the differences can be even more pronounced based on the country where you live. That came up in our conversation with Gemma in the last session. And Maria mentioned wanting to try Xywav, but it not being available in Mexico. And to talk more about this, we have Michelle Chadwick with us. And I have to say, Michelle has done a heroic job of reorganizing her life, not just for today, but for the whole week, to get sort of acclimated to Eastern US time so that she can be with us live from Brisbane, Australia. Welcome to the program, Michelle, and tell us a bit about how you have treated your IH over the years that you've had your diagnosis.
Thank you for having me. My struggle with IH started at 11 years old in my first year of high school. I slept through alarms, I was always late, and I slept through class and sometimes skipped school altogether, and I would sleep in the local library. I was finally diagnosed at the age of 36 after having 2 children, but life didn't improve much despite diagnosis and stimulant medication. In Australia, the first-line treatment is dexamphetamine. Modafinil and armodafinil are only available to people who are intolerant to dex. One of the biggest changes in my life with my approach to treatment over time has been that I actually take less medication now than what I once did. I found that no amount of stimulant medication replaces my need for excessive sleep. I may be able to get by on, say, 8 or 9 hours of sleep a night for a few days, but I will eventually crash. So it's not unusual for me to have medication-free days where I let myself sleep a lot more. But unfortunately, on these days, I'm not productive at all. Those days are completely lost. Living with IH led to inactivity and poor diet. Over time, I not only ended up overweight, but I was really unhealthy. I found that my poor health was impacting the severity of my IH symptoms and my ability to manage them. Since adopting a keto lifestyle with intermittent fasting, I've managed to lose about 45 pounds or 20 kilos. I still have IH, not a lot has changed there, but my lifestyle changes mean that my overall health and well-being has improved. So I'm in a better position health-wise to manage my IH symptoms. I've noticed that a combination of intermittent fasting, a diet with fewer carbs and keeping hydrated helps dexamphetamine to be more effective. Another important thing that I've learned over time is the importance of stress management. I've seen how mounting pressures and the responsibilities of adult life can make IH symptoms worse. I had to learn to reduce stress as much as possible and be kinder to myself. So learning not to take on too much and resist trying to meet other people's expectations are necessary. Surrounding yourself with a supportive network and taking care of your mental health are really important aspects of managing IH.
Well, thank you, Michelle. And I saw so many head nods as you were speaking, especially to the point about just your overall wellness and how that can really be compromised by IH and all the limitations, and how getting maybe back into better health through diet and other modifications has helped even your medicines work better, and you just feel better and feel more in control, and helping give you new tools to manage the IH symptoms that persist kind of even in the face of those other things. It's also interesting to hear how your journey has evolved over the years, and we really appreciate you being here with us from the other side of the globe to share that with us. I believe we have Shannon calling in from Georgia who'd like to join the call, and in her experience includes a bit of a misdiagnosis that maybe took her treatment path a bit astray before getting correctly diagnosed with IH. So Shannon, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome
Can
to the
you hear me
program.
okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So
I just wanted to say that, you know, I had a couple of misdiagnoses, just like a lot of the other people on this journey, misdiagnosed with depression, and then with sleep apnea, because I had scalloping on the side of my tongue, and that's apparently 75% predictive of sleep apnea, but I was one of those 25% for which it wasn't. And I also was diagnosed with narcolepsy until I finally got diagnosed with idiopathic hypersomnia about 10 years ago, and I'm 50 right now. I was so let down when I felt no better after 2 years of doing the right thing, 2 years of wearing the CPAP. I've tried cognitive behavioral therapy, but it was with an expert in insomnia, not hypersomnia. So I didn't feel that it translated well enough to help me. And I've taken clarithromycin. I had an allergic reaction to that. Vyvanse, Ritalin, other methamphetamines, Xyrem. I know it's now Xywav without as much sodium, but when I was taking it, it was like drinking concentrated seawater. I've taken Nuvigil, Provigil, Wellbutrin, Flumazenil. And with the Xyrem in particular, I would get supremely hungry after taking it, after having no appetite at all during the day. I mean, I literally had to choke down food, but I never told my providers this, even lied about the side effects, because there was nothing else for me to take. And I didn't want this taken away from me as well. I was still working and I didn't know how I would live with no treatment. And I weighed less than I did in high school, like 117 pounds. I was in ketosis from not eating enough.
Wow.
But after taking it at night, I would get up to eat, and then I'd stumble around like I was drunk, because I was for the most part, since Xyrem is an analog to Rohypnol, the date rape drug. I fell numerous times. Once I stumbled backwards and I couldn't react fast enough to break my fall, so I landed on the back of my head. And I just got up and just went to sleep after and hoped for the best. I could have had a brain bleed, but remember, I was drunk. And for this reason, I don't feel that Xyrem should be taken by patients who live alone. There was a patient 0 through Emory with the drug flumazenil, which is a reversal for benzodiazepines. And I was so excited because I thought I would have the awakening that that patient had, but it didn't happen. It's been like a roller coaster with IH, getting excited about possible treatments and then being let down when it didn't work at all, or if it didn't work as well as I had expected it to. I feel like the current treatments have just placed a Band-Aid on the problem. Because imagine not sleeping for 3 days, but then you go and drink an energy drink and you expect to function normally. And I wish there were medications that could block the GABA A receptors from absorbing the, this sleepy substance in the first place, instead of just putting a Band-Aid on and just trying to stimulate us, to treat the problem itself versus how the problem exists and then try to treat that sleepiness. Want to do the cause of it, and not just the result of the sleepiness.
Shannon, as you were saying, you would aspire for a treatment that wasn't just a Band-Aid, but that really got to the nature of IH. I could see lots of head nodding around the panel, feeling, they were really resonating with that concept of not just treating the symptoms in a way that has its own sort of repercussions, but giving something that really gets to the underlying defects in the neurologic system, or all the body systems that are affected by IH. So thank you for being with us to share your experience. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for.
Lindsay, what are we seeing in terms of written comments?
So we're actually getting quite a few comments that are talking about that need to constantly up the dosage of medications to be able to continue to address those symptoms in the same manner. It's not just kind of a one and done approach. We have Anna in Brazil who said that our situation in Brazil is all the more aggravating because we don't have access to medication, not even the medication that's already in use all around the rest of the world.
It's interesting that somebody from Brazil has written in. We have kind of a satellite meeting where the folks in Brazil that are organized by the organization there are listening in to a version of this meeting that's being translated into Portuguese. So we have some live folks from Brazil taking part in the meeting, and it's great that one of them could share a written comment with us. Before we sort of move on to another topic, I want to give the folks here on the panel a chance to weigh in on anything that you've heard that might resonate or that you'd like to amplify in terms of your own experience. And you can just show me with your own hand. Steve, we'll hear from you and then come back to Becky.
Yeah, I think the Band-Aid really, resonates with me. The medications, they do a good job of sometimes of keeping you awake, but you don't ever really feel normal. So it does always just feel like you're just throwing energy drinks at a problem when you haven't slept in 3 days. I mean, that was a great analogy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Becky, what did you want to add in?
Just that I'm hearing about more and more treatments that haven't come up in any of my conversations with sleep specialists. So I'm frantically trying to write, trying to remember what was that name? What was the bilateral what? So.
Well, luckily the recording will be available right after the meeting, and you can rewind and just go back to those spots in the tape as often as you'd like to. So we're glad that this is giving you some new ideas and possibly tools to get better results than you have in the past. Michelle, did I see your hand go up?
Yeah, what I've found with myself and what I've been hearing today is that we need a medication or a treatment that is going to relieve our need for excessive sleep. It seems that the medications that we have on offer at the moment do very little in that regard. So it's, yeah, we need to be relieved of our need for sleep rather than just be kept awake, because that actually ends up leaving us feeling chronically sleep deprived, which is very hard to explain to other people without them thinking that we don't get enough sleep, because we actually get more than enough, but it's just not enough for our brain.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting, this concept, and it's almost a paradigm shift of IH and thinking of it and treating it like a sleep disorder when it's really the awake disorder. It's the time that you aren't sleeping that are as impacted as sleep. And, you know, not sure where to go with that, but it's a really interesting concept of how we're labeling this condition and what that means in terms of the way it's understood and approach from a research standpoint, and certainly from a treatment standpoint. Becky, do I see your hand again?
Yeah, just talking about the misperceptions. I had to go to an independent medical examiner. I've been pretty lucky with my sleep people, but when I asked him how familiar he was with idiopathic hypersomnia, he said, yeah, I get tired too. I was like, no, no. He suggested crystal meth.
Well, that one hasn't come up yet today, so
I denied that.
the DEA might have something to say about that one. Oh, goodness. Lindsay, anything else coming in online?
Yes. I have Amy in Virginia. I was first prescribed stimulants for IH. Just waking up to take stimulants was nearly impossible for me. Therefore, my doctor added Xywav. I was finally able to wake up. However, the side effects are strong. So I experienced dizziness, nausea, and high anxiety. And I often would sleep through the second dose each night, despite having 5 different alarms set. Then I have Lisa from Alabama. Unfortunately, my IH now seems to be getting worse, even with the medications. I'm on modafinil and Xywav, but I'm having major problems with sleep inertia again. I have no idea what I'm going to do now. I hope and pray that new meds are on the horizon.
These comments are really leading us into maybe our next discussion topic that we'll go into a little bit more in depth. It's already come up today, but the treatment downsides. And we heard Raymond in his presentation mention having to set medication alarms. And Becky and Katie, your regimens, I mean, you must live by the clock always, with alarms going off all day and all night long, curtailing late evening events and overseas travel to comply with schedules and the controlled nature of some of the medications. In the first session, Michael described serious side effects his wife experienced that led to hospitalization. And Jenny mentioned suicidality as a side effect of a couple of the medications she tried. So to kick off this conversation about the downsides to existing treatments, we welcome Steve Koch, who's an IT architect from Plano, Texas. So I'll formally welcome you to the program, Steve.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I was diagnosed with IH about 19 years ago, and at first they tried me on all the stimulants available at the time, and none of them worked until I got to Adderall and Vyvanse. And so up until about a year ago, I was on Vyvanse with Adderall boosters in the early and late afternoons, along with, of course, lots of caffeine throughout the day. 5-Hour Energy is one of my favorites. It's affordable and effective-ish. But for yeah, heavy on that. You know, for a long time, these were enough for me to lead a somewhat normal life. But after many years, they started to lose their effectiveness and higher doses were needed. And that didn't really bring the same quality of life I previously had. You know, they enabled me to take care of the basic things I needed to do in life, but now also came with increased side effects like increased anxiety, irritability, blood pressure, heart rate. So thankfully, I started working from home during the pandemic, so I was able to usually get by with only taking Vyvanse in the morning to reduce those side effects, again, with lots of caffeine, of course. But it also resulted in my professional career plateauing and often foregoing having a personal life. And soon after, it became difficult to get Vyvanse and Adderall due to the pharmacy shortages, which created anxiety over the uncertainty of whether I'd even have medication to be able to continue working. Two, I became concerned with my ever increasing blood pressure and heart rate. So I asked my doctor to prescribe Xywav. And Xywav has helped me stay awake, and my blood pressure and heart rate have returned to normal, healthy levels. But unfortunately, it does very little for the fatigue. So I'm awake, but it's not a useful state of awake. And this to me is an important downside to treatment, is after many years of successful treatment, the best I can get now without potentially serious side effects is to not fall asleep. And I feel like I'm eternally under just like a weighted blanket, but what I really want is to feel good enough to live my life again and not just good enough to watch it fly by. So, now I'm trying additional medications in addition to Xywav, and while things are better than they were a few months ago, they're still really far from feeling normal. In fact, the only time I've actually felt normal was after minor surgery a few months ago. And, a few hours after surgery when the anesthesia wore off without having taken any IH meds or caffeine, I felt fully awake, alert, and full of energy for about 5 hours, despite just having surgery. No anxiety, irritability, high heart rate. I remember that day because it's the only time where I've had energy and felt so much motivation just to do the things I love to do without any side effects. And I feel like that's how success of treatment should be measured, not just if I can stay awake, but if I'm also feeling good enough to live my life.
You've just really beautifully stated what we've heard from so many others. Thank you for sharing both the aspiration and the way that your current available therapies and the things you've tried over time have had their own trade-offs for each one of them. I wanted to learn from the survey respondents that we've heard on this topic. And if we take a look at this concept of barriers, we've broken it into two different sets of data. The first, barriers to accessing particular treatments. And on the left, you can see that the top barriers to accessing treatments are first finding a healthcare professional who understands IH and knows how to treat it. And we've heard a lot about that today. Followed by costs or other financial barriers, whether that's insurance coverage or a policy for what they'll approve or what they won't. And then finally, HCPs who won't prescribe a particular treatment. And those three things have been reported by at least a third or more of survey respondents. And kind of on the cusp of that is not always being in stock. We've heard about the shortages of certain medications really getting in the way of being able to access the treatments you need. Moving on to the next slide, 13, we can see the barriers to staying on a particular therapy. And those barriers that were reported by a third or more of respondents are, it just wasn't effective, or it lost effectiveness over time, even if it was effective at one point, or it had too many side effects, or one or more side effects that the individual was unwilling or unable to tolerate. And then the last one, reported by a third or more, is this concern about long-term use. And that's come up in a number of the presentations and comments that we've heard today. So I'd like to open it up to our panel to comment on this and also see what we might have coming in online. Lindsay, any comments from you before we go back to the panel?
Sure. I have a comment that says, I'm worried about long-term use of stimulants, and so is my primary care provider. Although she doesn't really understand IH or offer any other options, so her alarm about the prospect of me taking stimulants for the rest of my life doesn't really help me. IH is a condition that so few doctors understand that the patient has to take on an additional burden of navigating their own journey. And then I have Bernie in Connecticut, who noted that stimulants haven't worked for me. I'm hyperactive, but still struggling to think and interact. Without medication, most of the time, I feel like a zombie in the old movies, moving in slow motion.
I remember one of the open text comments from the survey of somebody saying, you know, it's not enough to be awake when it's a fake awake that the stimulants give. And that phrase just kind of hung with me. I see some nodding from the panel. Any other downsides that you want to make sure we're aware of? Shelley, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also concerned about the long-term use of stimulants, and the dose having to continue to increase. And to talk a little about like the anxiety, I feel like even pharmacists and some doctors look at the amount of stimulants that we are taking and the length of time that we're taking them and have their own feelings and judgments about it. But then when you throw in the anxiety of possibly not being able to get your medication and knowing what that means for your ability to function, I know for me, I respond with a fear-based anger of like, but no, you have to give it to me. Which of course, if they already have their own judgments or thoughts about the use of stimulants, does not put us in a good light, but it's something that we literally have to have. So that's just kind of one more struggle of taking these meds.
Yeah, such an important one in terms of what box people might put you in as drug seeking or, sort of hypochondriasis or whatever goes through their mind when they see somebody who apparently feels a need to have so much of this particular type of medication. Anyone else want to make sure we've heard something about the downsides of available treatments? Okay, I promised I wouldn't put anybody on the spot, and I won't do that. So our final discussion topic of the day looks to the future and what community members would hope for in terms of the benefits of new treatment options and the magnitude of benefits that would be meaningful. And so the next question for our panelists and for the viewing audience is, short of a cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for IH, and what would you consider to be a meaningful improvement? And I'll formally welcome Shelley Gonzalez from St. Louis, Missouri here. And Shelley, please share with us how you would describe an ideal treatment for IH based on your experience.
Yes, thank you. I feel like I've been tired forever. During college and then when I entered, the grown-up workforce, I thought it was normal. I made excuses because isn't everyone tired? Whenever I would bring it up to doctors, the only feedback I ever received was to work on sleep hygiene, which was absolutely infuriating, and to this day will send me into a rage. In 2017, it was my dentist of all people who asked if I was tired during the day, and he suggested that I could have sleep apnea. So I was referred to the sleep study, and that is actually how I was diagnosed with IH. Initially, my doctor started me on Adderall, and for me, it was life-changing. It was fantastic. I had so many more usable hours in my day. I had more energy. I could actually get things accomplished, which was great. The downside is I built up a tolerance fairly quickly. And to make a long story short, after trying several different medications and 2 new sleep doctors later, because that was also an issue, I am now on a combination of Xywav and Adderall. With that, I still struggle with fatigue. I'm still tired a lot. The occasional brain fog really impacts my ability to function. Luckily, I attend a weekly support group for narcolepsy and to a lesser extent IH. And I heard people talking about pitolisant or Wakix and how great that had been for them with increasing their energy. Shortly after hearing all of those success stories, I saw a post from the Hypersomnia Foundation about a clinical trial for pitolisant in people with IH. And there was a site near me, so I was able to enroll in that study. And I've heard other people talk about it. Luckily, I did not have to stop taking my medications. I do own a small business, and I would not be able to function without my current therapy, which goes into some of that anxiety. Pitolisant has been a helpful addition to my treatment, and I have been able to continue using it in combination with the Xywav and the Adderall. But even with that combination, I am still struggling with fatigue and brain fog far more often than I would like. I would honestly love to be able to count on maybe 6, or if it's not too much to ask, 8 hours in a day that I would be alert and thinking clearly and able to actually get things done without needing to take a lot of breaks.
That seems like such a modest request for a condition with so many burdens and barriers related to it. So many things that we've heard today really back up what you've just asked for in terms of a wish list. Let's take a look at some survey data, and because it really echoes what we've heard across all of the conversation today so far. First, survey respondents indicate a high level of unmet medical need, which I think is apparent if you've been listening today, with a combined 60% of respondents indicating that their IH symptoms are not controlled at all or are poorly controlled by the available medications, with only 6%, such a slim fraction, feeling that their symptoms are overall very well controlled. And just keeping in mind these figures, given that 98% of respondents have past or current use of prescriptions to manage IH. So it's not that people aren't going without any treatment, it's that even with the treatment, such a substantial unmet need. Moving on to slide 15, we see, and kind of backing up what Steve and what Shelley have just articulated, that a majority of respondents selected having more hours a day, feeling alert and focused as the top treatment they're seeking, followed by relief from brain fog. And for this question, we asked people to select only one answer and had many open text comments about how hard that was, because people really want relief from all of these things, but prioritized that more hours per day, feeling alert and focused because of all the constraints on that time per day that people have shared with us. So let me open it up and see if anyone else wants to state treatment aspiration before we maybe give some of the written comments some time. Michelle?
Yeah, like I was saying before, I would really like a medication that would relieve my need for excessive sleep. And I think that then would give me more wakefulness, more quality wakefulness during the day, which is what we all would like. I put that question to a lot of people in the IH community, and it was the common thread in their answers was that they wanted more quality wakefulness. And I'm convinced that the answer to that is relieving our need for excessive sleep. So finding out why we need to sleep so much.
So many hours per day, yeah, for sure. Anything coming from comments online?
We have quite a few. We have Elizabeth in Oklahoma who said, I would love a treatment that would actually last all day and help me wake up in the morning. We have Amanda from Australia. We need to focus on a medication that actually treats excessive daytime sleepiness as opposed to stimulants that just mask it. We have a comment from JC in New York. If there were a proper treatment for IH that was both affordable and accessible, I could finally live a more fulfilling life. I have learned to respect my body's limitations as they put me at risk of crashing my car, falling asleep while driving, and worsening my symptoms when I don't listen to my body. I always thought I would be married with children by now, but I can't imagine being responsible for another person when I suffer so greatly from my symptoms of IH. And then one more I'm going to add in is Olivia in Tennessee. If an effective treatment is developed, no matter how time-consuming or extensive, I would rather be feeling than wakefulness than wasting my life every day in an in-between state of awake but feeling unconscious. I'm alive, but I have no sense of living due to exhaustion. I will do anything for that to change.
Wow, really impactful. Yes. Shelley shared her experience participating in a clinical trial and how that gave her another tool in her treatment arsenal. And we see here on slide 16 from our survey data that 22% of survey respondents had experienced or considered taking part in the study of a new medication, a clinical trial, and that most of them were motivated by a desire to advance treatment research or help others diagnosed with IH, both of which are very altruistic motivations. And kind of the complement to that, on slide 17, we see that a majority of respondents were actually not aware of clinical trials for IH and or had never been asked to participate. And that's often a key to getting someone to think about participating in a study. So really interesting data there, given that there are a number of treatments being developed for IH. Coming back to the panel, I know, Steve, you had mentioned at one time considering participating in a clinical trial, and I just wonder if you'd share a little bit about what your motivation was and maybe what kept you from being able to participate.
Yeah, absolutely. So I looked into participating in the Xywav trial. Of course, I didn't know it was going to be called Xywav at the time, but even though I live in Dallas, which is a very large city, the closest location was in Austin, which is about 4 hours from here. And it just wasn't, I'd have to go there, I think, around half a dozen times. And from a work standpoint, it just wasn't something I could afford to do, to take that time off to travel that far for it. So if there had been something locally, I absolutely would have, had I been eligible, participated in it.
And what were your motivations for considering that? Obviously, it wasn't feasible for you to do it, but what maybe spurred your interest in it?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, my medications had, they didn't stop working, but they just weren't effective anymore, and so I was already approaching the max doses for Vyvanse and Adderall, and my heart rate and blood pressure were already at that point, getting up there. So this was something that wasn't those things. Mm-hmm. So I was interested in any alternative, and still am. Well,
thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And we heard in one of the recorded statements from Jenny Greathouse that she looked into clinical trial participation, but kind of similarly to you, Steve, living in rural West Virginia, it just wasn't feasible for her to get to any of the locations had she been eligible. Anyone else have a thought about clinical trial participation or your awareness that there are clinical trials happening for IH that you'd like to bring up? Michelle?
Yeah, there is clinical trials happening in Australia at the moment for IH, which is fantastic and it's great. But unfortunately in Australia, we've had clinical trials in the past for IH and narcolepsy. But the medications, no matter how great they are never approved in Australia. The drug companies don't make applications. So we are the guinea pigs, but then the drug companies don't go to the trouble of making the applications, so we don't have the benefits for them. So that's very frustrating and something that I'd like to see changed.
I would imagine so. That is a tough situation, especially if things work and then aren't available on an ongoing basis. Shelley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, like I already mentioned that luckily I was able to stay on my medications, but I know for a lot of clinical trials, one of the things is they require you to go off of all of your medications. And I understand the reason for that to a point, but I also think that that is a huge barrier because, you know, like I mentioned, I would not be able to function. I literally couldn't do it. I would lose my business. I would lose my job. I would not be able to function. And I'm just incredibly grateful and I'm so lucky that they were able to do their study without, you know, making any changes in medications, because that would just be, you know, I think that would knock a lot of people out.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for adding that back in and reminding us about just what made it possible for you to take part. I know in our earlier panel, Diana Kimmel mentioned that she'd been in some clinical trials and that was a really tough thing, in addition to the extra poking and prodding and tracking sleep and all the PROs and forms you have to fill out throughout the process of the clinical trial. It just, if we think about that really small window of hours of, you know, functional time that people with IH have, crowding into it with all the rigor of a clinical trial can be a really tough trade-off. And if you have to do that without the benefit of your usual regimen, it makes an even tougher choice, right? Any other thoughts about this topic of research for IH, clinical trials of new medications, aspirations for what you'd like to see in the future, or what would be a meaningful change in terms of having better treatment? Steve?
Yeah, I'm just still kind of baffled on how I felt good after anesthesia and surgery. So I don't know if there's anything there. I know there's flumazenil or something like that that's sometimes given. I don't know if I was given that, but it baffles me to feel the best I've ever felt after, albeit a minor surgery. And when I was on other medications that make you drowsy. So
it is a very sort of counterintuitive thing that you'd feel better coming out of a surgical procedure than you did before it. Becky?
When I had surgery and they went over the whole medications beforehand or whatever and told me not to take any of them, I'm like, it's going to be really hard to wake me up if I don't take my wake up medicines. And she said, and it's going to be really hard to put you to sleep if you do. I was like, okay. But I don't remember feeling super duper alert and whatever. So good for you, Steve. Maybe you can sneak a nitrous oxide tank from somewhere.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Contraindications with other medical needs you might have with all the medications you're on is another sort of dimension of this whole aspect of treatment, isn't it? Shelley, I saw your hand go up.
I don't know if my answer counts here, but this might be a good place for me to share my opinion. My hope when it comes to treatments is that there is a maybe shorter time between when medications are approved for narcolepsy and then they figure out that it's probably going to work with IH also. I know this can, be controversial for some people, but it seems like there's a lot of overlap between the two. And one of my hopes for treatment is that maybe the drugs that they've already discovered do work for narcolepsy might speed their way over to IH a wee bit faster than they are right now.
Well, thank you for sharing that. It's an important thing to think about how to, maximize the benefit of potential therapies to as wide a group of individuals as possible, and certainly something that I know today's meeting is probably going to have the folks in the life science companies and research labs thinking about for a long while. Lindsay, what are you hearing online on these topics?
So we do have a couple comments regarding future treatment goals. We have Megan in Ohio who said, I would love to have something that could help me do things that I love without needing 5 days of 20 hours of sleep. And then Suzanne in Toronto said, an ideal treatment would keep my son Scott alert and energetic for a minimum of 8 hours a day. We need a treatment that deals with the cause, not just a Band-Aid, which we've heard multiple times today.
The Band-Aid concept, yeah.
Yes. And then Olivia in Tennessee, when considering a new treatment, it is important for me to know the potential side effects and for them to not be too severe and or dangerous. Ideally, a new treatment also would not result in me having a period of time being sleepy before the medication begins to work. So that discussion of something that kind of works when they initially start taking it, not having to go weeks or months before, they're actually seeing those results.
Yeah, that careful titration of so many of these medications, especially used in combination where there aren't clear guidelines about what's going to be best and the timing and the dosing. It's all very much the art of medicine versus the science of medicine. And Katie, I see you nodding as a physician. You can probably appreciate that at many levels, right?
Anyway, it took a lot of, back and forth with my physician to find the right dose. Thought we were on a good dose, but then I was still feeling a little sleepy in the morning. And so then he recommended decreasing the second dose. And so it was a lot of back and forth, working, reporting symptoms to really find, and fine tune it. And it's nice in a way that it has that flexibility, but it's also, you have to draw a liquid and all that stuff. But
yeah, it's not as straightforward as just, one easy regimen that is predictable from person to person. It sounds like a lot of different factors need to be weighed in. And I know we've heard from caregivers about their growing children, and, as body weight changes and they grow, it adds a whole nother layer of trying to calibrate the treatment to their changing bodies as they grow up. Anything else from the panel on this whole topic of treatment? We've heard so much about the progression of IH over time and sort of keeping pace. Your treatment keeping pace? Are you trying to, sort of chase the good benefits of a medication and tamping down as much as you can the side effects over time in particular? And Michelle, I think it was a conversation you and I had a few weeks ago where you really brought to light is IH progressive in nature, or is it all the layering on of adulthood responsibilities and the things that we take on, and having even tougher choices about prioritizing work versus family versus other roles that, maybe add to the burdens of just everyday life. And that's a really interesting concept to think about, that progression versus.
Yeah, I've definitely found, speaking to a lot of people all over the world, that the more they take on, the more work, family, life pressures, the harder their symptoms are to manage. And when they strip away those layers and reduce that stress, their IH stays the same, but their ability to manage their symptoms becomes easier.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, definitely. I'm not so sure how progressive. Rather, we add too many layers to our life. Trying to be normal. We just want to be like everyone else, and we want to experience life like everybody else does. And it's in doing that that we find that our IH symptoms becomes so difficult to manage. We almost have a breakdown eventually.
We've heard so many people today talk about just that heartbreaking prioritization of, do I want to throw myself into my work, or can I have a family, or how am I going to take care of my kids, or just all of those things. As you said, it's not because you've got super high expectations, superhero status. You would just want the life that, you'd hope to live as a human individual in today's society, with regular hopes and dreams like everybody has. Anything else from online comments, Lindsay?
I do have a couple more. One individual noted, I would like to have a 50% improvement in excessive daytime sleepiness. I'd love to have fun-filled weekends where my thoughts aren't always about when I can sleep, or whether a certain activity will make me sleep or not sleep, or if I sleep, who's going to care for my family? We had another person comment saying, right now it takes several hours from waking up to when I feel like I'm able to concentrate. If I could shorten that to about an hour or less, that would be huge for me. A 40 to 50% improvement would give me back 2-ish hours of my day where I could feel functional. And one last one is, I'd like to solve this physical exhaustion, which means that when I'm immobile, I feel like I have to exert 4 times as much effort as necessary just to move a limb. I don't have cataplexy, but I do have a feeling of intense heaviness that makes the slightest movement seem incredibly energy consuming.
A lot of seems, you would hope, solvable problems. And we know that there are more researchers and more life science companies dedicated to IH and really understanding IH better. We saw in earlier survey data how the diagnosis of IH is rising, and hopefully that gives drug developers confidence that they can conduct the kinds of studies it would take to show the benefits outweigh the risks of new medications and bring you all more treatment options to add to your arsenals or take other things away in hopes of finding better treatment overall. So we are rounding out the top of the hour and coming to the end of the meeting. And before we let you go, I just want to express our thanks again to all of you for participating in this session, for being so willing and vulnerable to be live with us. We know it's not the easiest thing in light of the challenges that you have with IH and the different times of day or night that it is, depending on where you are, taking time away from that little fraction of usable hours that you've got to be with us. So thank you all so much, and we wish you well and look forward to providing all of what we've learned today from you and your fellow community members in the Voice of the Patient Report. So we'll say so long for now. And with that, we're at the end of the discussion period. Thank you for illuminating the experiences across this whole afternoon session and the opportunity to learn so much from all of you about the ways in which your treatment needs are being met and the gaps that need to be closed. And again, I'll remind those who may have written in or called in that all of the comments will be included in the Voice of the Patient Report. And as we wrap things up, we've been making kind of notes about different themes that we've heard across today's discussion. And I'll just go through 4 or 5 of those that really, I think, have come to the front. First is that many people we've heard from recall mild to moderate symptoms of IH in late childhood or the teen years. And with age and increasing demands, those symptoms intensify and or become more prominent and really begin to interfere significantly with life by the early to middle adult years. And there's often a dramatic or sometimes a dangerous event that can ramp up the search for medical attention and diagnosis. And then once that occurs, looking back, you see frequently missed opportunities for earlier detection and treatment. A second theme is that in addition to the irrepressible daytime sleepiness, we heard from many patients, caregivers, care partners, and family members about that severely compromised quality of life of people who have IH due to the severe sleep inertia, the brain fog, the memory and concentration problems, the overwhelming fatigue, weakness, automatic behaviors, and how these symptoms often get worse over time or in response to stress or overexertion, and the payback that comes with sort of going outside the window of what people have as sort of their baseline normal. And across all the testimonies, we learned about the pervasive effects on work and school performance, on family functioning, social and intimate relationships, self-esteem and identity, and the aspirations that people have for their personal, educational, and career-related attainment, and how people have to prioritize in really heartbreaking ways where they're going to put their limited energy, awake and alert time. And we also heard that the impact of IH on other family members can be quite profound, and that it's really, tied up so much in the care that people require. And that there also may be family clusters among blood relatives that add sort of another dimension and layer to what we think about as family impacts of IH. A fourth one is that we heard in descriptive detail how managing IH requires a dynamic combination of medications, lifestyle adjustments, accommodations, and supportive strategies that may demand nearly constant recalibration. And the medications used in combination require testing and experimenting and refining of the dosages and the timing, and making frequent adjustments to that schedule. Being able to consider or try appropriate medications or combinations can often be limited by physicians' lack of familiarity with IH and an unwillingness to maybe try and get the right trade-off balance in there. Can also be limited by the insurance coverage, costs, drug shortages, and the approvals of different medications by each country's health authorities and the market factors of bringing a drug to market in different places in the world. And then finally, even with appropriate treatment, there is still significant unmet need for improvement in the outcomes that patients experience. We heard that individuals want to feel more alert, refreshed by sleep, with adequate energy and liveliness to go about the day and be involved in meaningful relationships, meaningful work, leisure activities, and to stay awake without meds or the fake awake feeling of stimulants, to be free of side effects like appetite loss, suicidality, GI distress, and to have fewer restrictions on medication schedules, living arrangements, and travel due to the nature of some of the treatments and the controlled nature of others. And in closing, we heard a really strong desire by many participants to simply be believed, to be taken seriously, and to be treated with greater respect. And I hope this forum met that need today, and that the Illuminate Hypersomnia initiative will really help provide more lasting relief from the burdens associated with the lack of awareness and understanding and stigma. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay for some final comments and to share some of our next steps and closing remarks. Lindsay, over to you.
Thank you, Kim. This has been such an important day for our community. I would like to thank all of our speakers, partners, panelists, participants, and sponsors for making today very special. Thank you to the FDA for creating this forum and this partnership and bringing it to fruition, including Dr. Tiffany Farchione and Ethan Gabor, our primary contact who guided us through the process over the past 9 months. The recording of today's meeting will be available at this same webpage you're now on, immediately after we conclude. Please share the link with family and friends and other community members who could benefit from today's conversations. Please remember that the survey and comment form will remain open until May 11th, and that comments that we didn't have time to get to today will still be part of the meeting record and part of the Voice of the Patient report. We will publish the Voice of the Patient report, including data from the survey, this fall. We also plan to prepare manuscripts for potential publication in peer-reviewed journals utilizing the survey data. This is an exciting time for the IH community, and I could not be prouder of all of the work that you have done today to shine this bright light on patients and caregivers' experiences, perspectives, and aspirations. You truly helped to illuminate hypersomnia. I'll now turn it back over to Kim for her final words. Kim?
Thank you, Lindsay. And with that, I'll close out today's session. Lindsay and your co-founder, Claire Wilds-Wright, who's been upstairs speaking with callers all afternoon, thank you so much for your leadership and the Sleep Consortium's partnership with the IH community. Lindsay, thank you for being with me here today to bring forward the IH community's voices, hopes, and dreams. And thank you to the entire team responsible for putting this program together. Most of all, thank you to the community members for your courage and your commitment to forge a better future for all affected by IH. I'll send you out wishing all a relaxing evening and as restorative a night of sleep as you can hope to get after this momentous day. Thank you so much.